Welcome to Game of Theories. Today's adventure. What if Jon Snow bonded 3 dragons the night Daenerys hatched hers in the Pyre? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The wall wakes in the yard at Castle Black. Jon Snow had a sword in his hand and 3 problems at the back of his throat. The first was Halder, who fought the way Halder always fought, which was to say like a stonemason, broad, blunt, predictable. The second was Pip, who never quite stopped talking even when the talking should have been a feint. The third was that Jon had been sleeping badly for a week and could not say why. He took Halder's wrist with the flat of his blade. He turned the wrist. Halder swore. Pip laughed. Again, Jon said. The yard smelled of old smoke and ironwood, and the particular cold of a wall evening, which was not exactly a smell but acted like one. Sam Tarly sat on the steps of the armory with his elbows on his knees and watched in the way Sam watched things, earnestly, as though watching were a craft he intended to take up. Halder said himself. Halder rushed. Jon stepped sideways and put him on the ground, and Halder said something into the dirt that the Maester's books did not transcribe. Up, Jon said. I am up. You are not. Halder got up. Pip said, if we were free folk, we would have shot him from behind the moment Halder closed. You are not free folk. More's the pity. Jon did not smile. Jon had not, in living memory, smiled at Pip during practice. Pip had taken this as a personal challenge of a kind that Pip pursued without urgency, the way some men collect copper coins. Jon stepped back and rolled his shoulder. The shoulder was tight. Many things were tight tonight. He could not say what they were. Above him, the wall went up into the dusk and lost itself there. He thought, against his will, I am tired. He thought it the way a man notes a stone in his boot, with the calm of having something to do about it later. He did not yet know that the tiredness was not his. A bell rang once from the Maester's tower. It was the wrong bell for the hour. Jon paused. Sam stood up from the steps in the slow, careful way Sam stood up from things. That is Aemon's bell, Sam said. That is not the supper bell. It is not. A boy came running across the yard. Clyda's, old before his time and out of breath in a way Clyda's was not usually out of breath, found Jon at the practice ring and said, the Maester calls for you, and for the steward. Both of us, Sam said. Both. Now. Jon set his sword in the rack. The wood of the rack was warm under his hand. He noticed this and did not think about it. Aemon's chambers smelled the way Aemon always smelled, which was of beeswax and old parchment and the faint sweet rot of dragonglass. The single candle on the table had been burning longer than any candle had business burning. The old man sat in his chair with his hands folded over the head of his staff and his blind eyes turned toward the door before the door had opened. Jon Snow, he said. Samwell Tarly, sit. They sat. There were only 2 stools. Aemon had set them out himself. There is a room beneath this room. The old Maester said, that no Lord Commander has seen in 60 years. I am going to show it to you. I am going to ask of you both an oath I have not asked of any man in the watch in my time as Maester. You will not refuse. Sam looked at Jon. Jon looked at Aemon. Outside, very far away, a bird called once and stopped. Maester, Jon said. I do not understand. I know, Aemon said. You will. He stood. His hand on the staff was steady, his weight was on the staff entirely. He walked to the corner of the chamber where the cold iron stove was, and he put his hand on the stove, and he said something so soft that neither Jon nor Sam quite heard it. The stove moved. It did not slide. Jon would have noticed sliding. It pivoted on a hinge older than the iron of the wall, and beneath it a stair went down. The wall is a thing of silences, Aemon said. We are about to break one of them. He went down the stair. He did not ask if they were following. They followed. The stair was narrow and very old and counted 33 steps, and at the bottom of it, Aemon had a small candle of his own already burning in a sconce, and beside the sconce there was a low iron cradle that took up most of the floor of the room, and on the cradle there were 3 eggs. Sam made a sound. It was not a word. Jon stood still. The eggs were the size and shape of large gourds, and they were not gourds. They were scaled, and they were the colors that books said dragon eggs were the colors of. One was a pale, almost white silver streaked with pewter. One was black with a vein of red that caught the candle. One was a violet so dark it took the candlelight and gave nothing back. Beneath the cradle, an ironwood fire burned slow and low. The wood was dark, the heat off it was not what the size of the flame suggested. "Maester," Sam said. The word was wet. "Maester, are these? Yes," Aemon said. Jon said nothing. He could not, for a long moment, find any of his words. He thought about how a man came to have words for this. He thought, foolishly, about the great hall at Winterfell, where Maester Luwin had once told him that the last dragon had died at Dragonstone in his great-grandfather's day, and the last dragon's eggs had turned to stone in their cradles like very large gray lumps of clay. Maester Luwin had been wrong. Jon noted, with what he believed was perfect calm, that Maester Luwin was an honest man who had simply not been told the truth. There were so many ways for a Maester to be honestly wrong about a great matter, and so few ways to be honestly right. "How long?" Jon said. The sound of his own voice surprised him a little. 16 years, Aemon said. "A man with hair like silver and eyes like a long road brought them. He paid me with the only coin a brother of the watch will take. He asked me to keep them warm. He asked me to wait. He said, 'When the time comes, they will know who they were meant for.' Who was he? You know who he was." Jon did not say the name. He thought about not saying it the way a man thinks about not stepping on a frozen pond. Aemon turned his face toward him. The candle moved the shadows on the old man's cheekbones. The eyes did not see. They moved for a moment as though they saw anyway. "I did not name him then," Aemon said. "I will not name him now. I do not know all of who you are, Jon Snow. I know that you are not what you have been called all of your life. I know that the eggs were sent for one who carried the blood. I have waited a long time to find out whether that one was you." "You have not found out then," Jon said. "I am about to," Aemon said. He turned to Sam. "Samwell, open the lower drawer of the chest behind you. Bring me what you find." Sam opened the drawer. What was in the drawer was a piece of leather rolled around a brass instrument that looked, to Jon, like a small bowl on a chain. Aemon took it. Aemon set it on the stones beside the cradle. Aemon said, "Place your hand on the eggs." Jon placed his hand on the pale one. He did not draw it back. The pale egg was the temperature he would have wanted his hand to be if he had been asked. He placed his other hand on the black and red. The black and red was hotter, but only the way bread is hotter than the table it cools on. He set the back of his wrist against the violet. The violet was cool. He looked at it, and the candle's reflection in the scale moved slightly, with a movement that the candle had not made. "Maester." Sam whispered, "The violet egg just—" "I saw," Aemon said, who had not seen. Outside, very far away, the air did something it should not have done. You will forgive a small confidence. The story we are telling is, in its parts, 2 stories that are running side by side along the spine of one night. The night is not a long night, by the standards of the world we are about to enter, only one short, full, terrible turn of the dark. We have spent its early hours at the bottom of a stair beneath an old maester's tower in the north. We have a duty now to spend its later hours, briefly, at the other end of the world. In the Dothraki Sea, on a hill that had been a great Khaal's body for 2 days, and was about to be other things, the wind that was rising had no business rising. There had been no wind for an hour. The pyre had been built man by man over those hours. Men who had loved Drogo and men who had hated him, and a number of men whose loving and hating had reached the practical edge at which only the work of moving would mattered. In the firelight, the iron of the pyre's chains tarnished slowly, the way iron tarnishes when it is touched by a thing iron should not be touched by. No man near it noticed. Sir Jorah Mormont, the gruff, loyal sort of man this story will have more uses for in time, was 12 paces from the pyre with his hand on the pommel of his sword, and the pommel had grown in the last few minutes. Hot enough that he had withdrawn his hand, and was holding it slightly away from his body in the particular posture of a man who did not wish anyone, especially himself, to notice that he was doing so. The stars overhead, which had been quiet, were jittering. Daenerys Targaryen, the silver-haired girl who would, in 7 hours, no longer be a girl, stood at the foot of the pyre with the 3 stone eggs in her arms. Her arms had grown tired of the eggs hours ago. Tired meant nothing to her now. She wore a torn dress. Her hair had begun to lift slightly in the wind that was not, anywhere outside the radius of the pyre, blowing. Maz Rayder stood at the pyre's edge in the white robes of a godswife. She was bound. Her hands were behind her. Her eyes were on the eggs in Daenerys' arms, and she was smiling the way a woman smiles who has been promised a thing she will not live to see disproved. "You are a fool, princess," Miri said. "Only death may pay for life. You have paid. You have paid more than you know. There will be no more dragons." "I am the blood of the dragon," Daenerys said. Miri said something else. It was in her own tongue. It was not flattering. Daenerys did not answer. Daenerys turned her face toward the pyre. She took 2 steps. She did not look at Jorah. Jorah took 2 steps after her and stopped. He had been a knight long enough to know an order that had not been given. She walked into the pyre. The pyre took her. The pyre, in the moment of taking her, did a thing the chronicles will describe in 7 different ways over the next 300 years, and get wrong each time. Because the chronicles will be written by men who were not in the Dothraki Sea that night, and who never quite credited the testimony of those who were. We are not bound by those chronicles. We will say only that the pyre lit, that the lighting was not the lighting of wood, that the wood became part of something else for a span of minutes, and that Maz Rayder stopped smiling at a precise instant, the moment of which she did not, herself, register. At Castle Black, 6,000 leagues away, the ironwood fire under the cradle flared. It came to Jon's throat first. He did not call it a feeling, because in the moment there was no word in him for it. There was a heat at the back of his throat that was not the heat of breath, and there was with it an awareness of his own hands, as though his hands were not entirely his. He looked at his hands. They were on the eggs. The pale egg moved. It did not crack at first. It rocked. It rocked the way a cradle rocks when the woman who is rocking it is asleep but still aware. Jon did not move his hand. Aemon, in the corner, lifted his face. The black andred went next. It went with a sound exactly like crockery, exactly like the kind of plate a kitchen boy drops in the dead of night and is sure he will be flogged for, except that the plate did not fall and the sound continued. It continued for the length of 3 breaths. The shell split along a seam Jon had not seen. The violet did not crack. The violet hissed above them somewhere. A door opened. Jon heard it dimly. The Lord Commander. Maester Aemon, Mormont's voice gruff in the corridor. "I came when I heard the bell. What in the 7 hells is?" He stopped at the head of the stair. Jon did not look up. Jon could not look up. The pale egg had cracked now, and a small thing, a small wet thing, all wing bone and eyelid, was pushing its head out of it like a child pushing out from beneath a blanket on a cold morning. "By the gods," Mormont said. "Come down, Lord Commander," Aemon said. Slowly. Mormont came down. He came down with one hand on the wall the way old fighters do on stairs they do not trust. He stopped at the bottom. He looked at the cradle. The Pale Dragon. Jon would learn the name later, but we may use it here, since we are telling this in retrospect, and there is no honest reason to be coy about a name a great deal of paper will be spent on in the years to come. Viserys lifted his head out of the shell and looked at Jon. And looked at no one else, and made a small dry sound that was not a roar and was not a chirp, and was something the world had not heard for 153 years. The Black Andred, Erithos, came out of his shell in a hurry, as though the shell had personally offended him. He fell sideways onto the iron of the cradle. He breathed a small puff of fire, more smoke than flame, and the fire singed the cuff of Jon's tunic, and Erithos hissed at the cuff with the particular hiss of a creature who has just discovered that his element burns other things. The violet Lysarian climbed out of his shell on his own in his own time with the care of a much older creature in a much younger body. He set himself on the warm iron. He looked at Jon. He looked at Aemon. He looked at Mormont last and longest. He did not breathe fire. He breathed, slowly, in and out. And Sam Tarly, who later wrote down everything any of them said for the next half hour, did not write down what Sam himself was doing in that moment, which was kneeling on the stone floor with both hands over his mouth. Jon did not move his hands. The heat that should have burned him, and 3 hatching dragons sit in a heat that has, in every other instance of their hatching that the world has recorded, killed every man within 20 paces, did not burn him. His sleeve, where Erithos had singed it, was singed. His skin under the sleeve was not. He noted this. He noted also that the cold of the wall, which had been with him every minute of every day for a year, in the small ways the wall is with a man, was not with him. He did not name what was with him in its place. He had no word for it. Aemon's blind face was turned up toward the ceiling. The old man was smiling. He was smiling the way a man smiles when a long road comes, at last, to its end, and the end is a door he is permitted to open. The dragon must have 3 heads, Aemon said, and so it does. And so, gods help us all, do we? Mormont, who had been a Lord Commander for 9 years and a warrior for 40, did the thing very old soldiers sometimes do, which is to laugh once, short, dry, surprised. "Jon Snow," he said, "boy, what in the 7 hells have you done?" "Nothing," Jon said. The word was true and not enough. He said it again. "Nothing." "That is not nothing, lad." "No," Jon said, "Lord Commander, it is not." Several thousand leagues south and east of Castle Black at Winterfell, Bran Stark fell out of his chair. He had not in a year fallen out of a chair because in a year he had not been able to sit upright in any chair without straps. He was strapped in tonight. The straps were leather. The straps held. The body did not fall. Something else did. He saw, in a way he did not yet know was greensight, his brother at a wall of ice with 3 small dragons clinging to him. He saw, in the same way, a silver woman walking from a fire he could feel the heat of in his teeth even half a world away. He saw a line between them. He saw himself, 10 years old and asleep in a chair in Winterfell, sitting on that line. He understood with a child's calm clarity that the line had been closed and was now open. Maester Luwin came in some time later with a cup of warm milk. Luwin found Bran with his eyes open and his hands folded across his blanket and his face damp. "What did you dream, child?" Luwin said. Bran said, "I don't know yet." Above the Dothraki sea, where there had been a pyre, there was now a thing that was no longer a pyre. There was a woman in the ashes who had not been a woman 2 minutes ago in any sense the world had previously credited. There were 3 small wet creatures crawling on her shoulders and arms and through her hair. Her hair had been silver before the fire. It was silver still. The fire had not burnt it. The fire had not, in fact, burnt any of her, and Ser Jorah Mormont, Jon's Lord Commander's cousin twice removed, though neither of them knew of the other tonight, was on his knees in the dust at the foot of the pyre with his face wet, and a sword in his hand that had grown too hot to wear, and that he had drawn merely to set on the ground because his belt could not stand the heat of it any longer. "Blood of my blood," Jorah said. His voice was a thing he could not control. "I am the blood of the dragon," Daenerys said. She had not, in fact, been the blood of anything 30 minutes ago in a way the world would have recognized as biological. She was now. There were small witnesses to it on her shoulders. In Aemon's chamber, Jon's hand did not leave the eggs that were no longer eggs. He had not moved his hand because no one had told him he could. Aemon, very softly. "Jon Snow, lift your hands. They are tired." Jon lifted his hands. Velserys came with them. He came up onto Jon's wrist the way a young falcon comes up onto a falconer's wrist, for he was very small, and the wrist was the only thing he could carry himself to. Erithos climbed Jon's other arm in a hurry, biting twice into the wool of the cloak. Lysarion went last and went up the back of Jon's collar and settled along the line of his shoulder. Mormont looked at the three of them on his sworn brother. The Lord Commander did not, by long habit, swear in front of subordinates. He did tonight swear. "Sam," he said, not looking away. "Close that door. Bar it. Tell no man in this watch about what is in this room. If a man asks, you are mute. If a man hears, you are deaf. Maester, the same to you. Jon Snow, the same to you. We have, as of this hour, 4 men who know. We will keep it at 4 for as long as we can." "Aye." Sam said, who was perhaps the only man in the watch on whom the order would take perfectly without further explanation. "Aye," Aemon said. Jon did not answer immediately. Jon was looking down at Velserys. Velserys was looking up at him. The pale dragon's eye was a dark gray he had seen elsewhere, very recently, in a polished bronze mirror in the Maester's chamber upstairs, when he had not been paying attention. "Boy," Mormont said. "Aye," Jon said. "Lord Commander." At Winterfell, Bran's eyes did not close until dawn. In Aemon's chamber, in the corner farthest from the cradle, the candle that had been burning longer than any candle had business burning finally went out. It did not matter. There was a great deal of light in the room. A curl of smoke went out the high narrow window of the Maester's tower, where no one outside in the yard happened at that hour to be looking up. At the foot of a different pyre, half a world away, a woman stepped out of the ashes and would, in 7 hours, no longer be a girl. Chapter 2. Oaths and smoke. The morning came at Castle Black the way the morning always came at Castle Black, which was to say sullenly by stages, with a light that did not commit to anything. Jon woke in Aemon's chair. He had not meant to sleep in Aemon's chair. He had meant to keep watch over the cradle in the chamber below, where 3 creatures the world said did not exist were curled up around one another, and a banked ironwood fire. Aemon had told him at some point near dawn that he could close his eyes. Jon had closed them. Time had done what time does, which is to say not very much, and now there was a thin gray strip of light coming under Aemon's shutter, and Jon's neck was at an angle he did not approve of. Velserys was on his shoulder. He had not, on going to sleep, had a dragon on his shoulder. The thing about Velserys, Jon would learn, was that Velserys preferred to be where Velserys wished to be, and considered any other arrangement a misunderstanding of the geometry of the world. He had climbed up the back of Jon's cloak in the night. He weighed, perhaps, 2 stone. He was the temperature of bread fresh out of an oven. Jon did not move for a moment. He looked at the dragon on his shoulder. The dragon looked back. Velserys did not blink. Velserys did not, in Jon's acquaintance with him, ever blink in any way Jon could be sure of. "Good morning," Jon said. The dragon made a sound that was probably a sound and probably an answer. Mormont arrived as the bells in the yard were ringing for breakfast that no one in Aemon's tower intended to attend. He came in alone. He shut the door behind him. He looked at Jon. He looked at Sam, who had slept on the floor under a cloak and was now sitting up with his hair in a configuration even Sam was not used to seeing. He looked at Aemon, who had not, by the look of him, slept at all. "Maester, Lord Commander, I have spent half the night thinking. I have a plan." "It is a bad plan. I would like to hear better ones." Aemon's blind face turned to him. "Speak it." Mormont sat. He did not sit on the bench. He sat on the floor, which was a courtesy to Aemon's chair count and a habit he had picked up in Ib 40 years ago and never quite shaken. He put his elbows on his knees. "There are 3 dragons in the cellar," he said. "There are 4 men in this tower who know it. Of those 4, one is the eldest Maester in Westeros and is blind. One is a steward of the watch and is mortal soft of foot. One is the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and is mortal old. One is the bastard son of the Lord of Winterfell, who is, by the look of it, not a bastard of Winterfell at all." Jon did not say anything to that. "If the realm hears," Mormont said, "the realm sends men. Robert sends men. He has not loved a Targaryen since Lyanna. He has not been entirely sober for 16 years. He sends men. The men come north. Either the men reach the wall, in which case there is a fight, and the dragons win the fight, in which case the realm sends a host, in which case we are at war with the realm, or the men reach the wall and the dragons lose, and Jon Snow's head goes south on a pike. They will not lose." Aemon said without heat. "That is not the relevant question, Maester. It will be in time." Mormont let that pass. "The other choice," he went on, "is that the realm does not hear. The realm does not hear if no one tells it. No one tells it if no one knows. No one knows if the 4 of us in this tower keep our mouths shut, and the dragons stay in this cellar, and Jon Snow does not fly anything anywhere any man at the watch can see." "For how long?" Jon said. "Until I think of something better." Mormont looked at him with the look that was, on Mormont, the closest thing he had to fondness. "I am old, boy. I have done many things in my time. I will not be the man who sells you to Robert Baratheon for a song." "Lord Commander," Jon said, "I do not ask you to keep silence for me. The watch. The watch needs 3 dragons more than the watch needs the king's good opinion. That is not a thought I am permitted to think. It is a thought you are bloody well permitted to think when I tell you to think it." Sam, on the floor, said into the cloak he had been hugging, "I have not slept very much, but I would like to write all of that down if no one minds." Aemon very faintly, "Sam, write all of it down." The oath was sworn in the chamber below, with the cradle between them. Aemon did not require them to kneel. Aemon required only that each man place a hand on the iron of the cradle, where the heat was steady, and the metal was warm enough that a man who was lying would feel it in his palm. Jon placed his hand. Mormont placed his hand. Sam placed his hand and looked, while he did it, as though he might be sick, but did not let go. "By the gods of the first men," Aemon said, "and the 7 who are one, and the gods that were old before either of them. By the oath you swore in a grove in the haunted forest, or under a roof of stone, by the long watch that does not end, you forswear that the secret of this room is the secret of this watch. No man not in this room shall hear it from any of you save by the joint will of all 4. You swear this on your name, on your house, and on your death." Mormont said, "I swear." Sam said, "I swear." Aemon said, "I have already sworn, I swear again." Jon said, "I swear." Velserys, on Jon's shoulder, did not say anything. He looked at each of them in turn as though counting. They named the dragons that morning. Aemon did this carefully. Aemon had names in him, dozens of them, lying in the long memory of his bloodline, the names of dragons who had bonded with Targaryens dead so long the songs about them had been replaced with other songs and replaced again. He did not give Jon those names. He let Jon listen. "Sit," he said. "Sit on the floor. Hold them. Tell me what you hear." Jon sat on the stones. He took Velserys onto his thigh. He took Erithos onto his other thigh and then onto his shoulder when Erithos became unhappy with the thigh. Erithos had opinions about being lower than his brothers. Lysarion came of his own accord and settled along Jon's collarbone. Jon was not a man for nonsense. He thought he might be a man for this. He did not, when he listened, hear a voice. He heard, perhaps, a temperature. He heard, perhaps, a length of name, not the name itself but the shape of where the name would go, the Pale One. The Pale One was old, and old meant cold, not unkind, only patient. Velserys, Jon said. It came out of him in a voice that did not entirely sound like his own. The pale dragon did not move. The pale dragon did, after a moment, push his head harder into Jon's neck, the Blackandred one. This one was hot. The hot was not unkind either, it was only hot. There was a name in it that had a sharp edge, Erithos. Erithos hissed once and snapped at the air, as though confirming. The third. The third was harder. The third was a long, slow, quiet thing with edges that were not where the edges should have been. Jon listened a long time. Aemon did not rush him. Sam, who had taken up parchment, did not write yet. Lysarion, Jon said at last. Lysarion blinked slowly. Once. The single blink was in its way a statement. That is well, Aemon said. Those are dragon names. They are not names a man would have invented in a hurry. They will do. Maester, Sam whispered. He had begun to write. He did not stop writing for the next 3 hours. Maester, is this how it was done with? Yes, Samwell. It is in none of the books, Samwell. The books were written by men who never bonded dragons. We are going to write better books. Sam, who had perhaps not been told in his life that he was going to do anything better than the books, did not say anything to that. Sam only kept writing. Half a world away, on a stretch of the Dothraki Sea where the grass had been burned for 200 paces in a clean ring, the silver-haired woman had her 3 dragons in her arms still, and her 100 remaining riders kneeling in a circle around her. I am Daenerys Stormborn, she said. The riders were of the Khalasar that had been Drogos and was nothing now. They were old men, mostly. Old men, women, children, the blood riders who had not ridden away. Her voice carried easily because no one had spoken in some hours. I am the blood of the dragon. I am the unburnt. I am Daenerys of the house Targaryen, the first of her name. You will follow me into the world or you will leave. She had not spoken so before. The voice was new and was old at once. It was the voice of every Targaryen queen she had not met. It came up through her with the heat of the pyre still in her bones and would never quite leave again. The riders did not leave. Ser Jorah Mormont knelt at her right hand. His sword was on the ground beside him. The heat of it had begun to fade. He looked at her with the face he had not let her see in 3 years of riding with her. He said, Khaleesi. No more Khaleesi, she said. Not in this language. I am the dragon now. Call me what your fathers called my fathers, your grace. That will do. In Aemon's chamber, after the naming, Mormont rose with his knees protesting and walked to the high window of the Maester's tower and looked out at the yard. The yard was the same yard. Men were going about the work of men in winter at the end of the world. A boy he did not know was carrying a hayfork toward the stables. Halder and Pip were at the practice ring with 2 new boys whose names Mormont could not, in the moment, recall. A raven was on the gable of the rookery, croaking at another raven who was answering. The wall in the morning light was the color of milk. Nothing has changed, Mormont said. Everything has changed, Aemon said behind him. But the changing is a slow thing. The world will not catch up to it for some weeks. We have those weeks. What do we do with them? We teach the boy. He must learn his dragons. He must learn the words he will need to give them. He must learn what they will and will not do. We have very little to teach with, Lord Commander. There is one true book in the Citadel on the bond between rider and dragon, and the Citadel will not give it up. There is a great deal of memory in this old head, and the memory is not what it was. You will do. I will try. And the boy. And Jon, Aemon said. Mormont turned from the window. Aemon, tell me plain, who is he? Aemon was quiet a long moment. I am 97 years old, Lord Commander. I have been wrong about many things in my life. I have learned to be careful about the answers I am sure of. I will tell you what I think. I think he is the son of my great-nephew Rhaegar, and a Stark girl named Lyanna who died 16 years ago at the Tower of Joy. I think he was carried home to Winterfell by Eddard Stark, who passed him off as his own bastard, because Eddard knew that any Targaryen child found in the realm in the first year of King Robert's reign would have been a small wet body in a small dry grave by the next dawn. You think. I think. I do not know, I would like to know, but I think. Mormont was quiet a longer moment than Aemon had been. Aye, he said. It fits. It does. Have you told him? Not in those words. Tell him. I will, not today. Today is a great deal. Today is too much, Mormont said. Yes, tomorrow then. The day after. Soon. He has a right to know who he is, Maester. He has been calling himself one thing all his life. He should know if he has been calling himself the wrong thing. He will know. That night Jon dreamed. He had dreamed of wolves often enough to be at ease in the wolf dreams. He did not dream of a wolf tonight. He dreamed, instead of a beach he had never seen, that smelled of salt and something acrid he did not know was the smell of slave cities at low tide. He stood on the sand with his boots on. The water came up to his ankles and did not chill him. The sky was pink-gray with a sun he could not see. A silver-haired woman stood 20 paces away in the surf, her dress torn, 3 dragons coiling around her ankles in the water. Her dragons were larger than his. She turned her face to him. She showed no surprise at him. She looked perhaps expectant. She said something. He did not hear what. He woke. He was in his own cot in his own cell. Velserys was on the foot of the cot watching him. The taste in his mouth was iron and meat, and he had not eaten meat at supper. Erithos was on the windowsill making the noise dragons make when they are content. Lysarion was inside Jon's pillow somehow. Jon did not, in the morning, ask how. I have dreamed, Jon said at the door of Aemon's chamber when the Maester opened it. Tell me, Aemon said. He told him. Aemon listened with his old face turned slightly down toward the floor. When Jon had finished, Aemon nodded once slowly, the way a man nods at a long-expected piece of news. That was not only your dream, Aemon said. Maester, in time, Aemon said. Not today, tomorrow. In the Dothraki Sea, on the same morning, Daenerys Targaryen woke from a dream of a young man with a long sword at his hip, standing on a wall of ice that should not have been there, 3 small pale dragons drifting in cold air behind him. She did not know his face. She did not know his name. She knew, with a certainty she could not have said where she had got, that he had dreamed of her too. Jorah, she said. Sir Jorah Mormont turned from the saddle he had been mending. Your Grace. How far is Qarth from here? 300 leagues. We will go to Qarth. Your Grace, Qarth is. We will go to Qarth, she said, in the voice she had taken out of the Pyre with her. We need ships. There is a young man somewhere across the world I am going to find. Jorah looked at her. He had not heard her speak about a young man before. He was, by long habit, a jealous man. He was a knight first. He let the night win. He said, Your Grace. Tell the riders we ride at dawn, Your Grace. Mormont and Aemon and Sam sat with Jon that evening in Aemon's chamber, while the 3 dragons ate a small mountain of mutton scraps Sam had smuggled out of the kitchens by methods Sam was not asked to disclose. There will come a day, Mormont said, when we cannot keep this secret. I am not going to ask you to believe me about that, Jon Snow, because you do not need to. You will see it for yourself in time, but mark me. The day will come. We are buying weeks. Aye, Jon said, use them. Learn what Aemon can teach you. Listen to what the dragons can teach you. Get those 3 to know your hand. I. Get used to the idea that you will not, when the day comes, be a brother of the Watch in any way the realm will recognize. You will be a thing the realm has not had in 150 years and is not ready for. The Watch will not be ready for it either. Get ready for them. Jon was quiet. He looked at Velserys, who was eating with a great deal of poise, and at Arithos, who was eating without any. He looked at Lysarion, who was watching the other 2 eat and had not yet bothered with a scrap of his own. "I know nothing of dragons," he said. "You will," Aemon said. "And what you do not learn they will teach you. They have done it before. They will do it again." "Maester," Jon said, "what did you mean this morning when you said that was not only my dream?" Aemon turned his blind face to him. The candle had been replaced. It was a new candle and it burned correctly. There was a long, soft pause in which Sam set down his quill very quietly, and Mormont, against his nature, did not interrupt. "I meant," Aemon said, "that there is a girl across the world who has dragons of her own." Jon did not say anything. "I meant that the world, tonight, has 6 dragons in it where this morning it had 3. I meant that the prophecy I have spent 80 years not believing in has, in one night, taken on a number it never had before. The dragon must have 3 heads. I have known this since I was a boy. I did not know how the heads would be reckoned. I thought I might be one of them. I gave up that thought a long time ago. I thought my brother might be. I gave up that thought even longer ago than that. Tonight I find that there are 6 heads in the world, and I am none of them, and I do not, Jon Snow, in the least begrudge the gods for it." Jon was quiet. "There is a girl across the world," Aemon said, "with my blood and yours, who has 3 dragons. There is a boy here with 3 dragons. The dragons are not the same dragons. The blood is the same blood. The dream you had is the first of many you will have. I cannot tell you what they will be because I have not had them. I can tell you only that you will not be alone in them. Do you understand me?" "No," Jon said. "Good. You should not. You are 16. You have a great deal of time to understand." The candle in the chamber went down to its socket and did not quite go out. Velserys finished his last mutton scrap and climbed up Jon's leg, and settled himself across Jon's knees with the deliberate, unhurried satisfaction of a creature who had not, in the world's memory, been on a young man's knees in over a century. "Tomorrow," Aemon said, "we begin. There is more to tell. There is most of it left to tell, but we will sleep first." Mormont stood, with his knees making the small old noises Mormont's knees had begun to make. He looked at Jon. He looked at the 3 small creatures on him. He shook his head and laughed once, the same short, dry laugh as before, the laugh of a man who has stopped being surprised at being surprised. "Jon Snow," he said, "boy, get some rest." "Aye, Lord Commander." And Jon, "Aye, keep them out of the kitchens, will you? Hobbs apt to faint." "Aye, Lord Commander." Chapter 3. Snowfall 6 weeks made a different boy of Jon Snow. The dragons did most of the making. The work Jon did was the work of a man who has had 3 creatures put into his hands and is determined not to be the kind of man who drops them. He woke before the bells. He ate twice what he had eaten in a year of being the unfed bastard of an honest northern lord. He worked the dragons in the vault beneath Aemon's chamber, and when the vault grew too small for them, he worked them in the long disused tunnels of the old library that ran beneath the Lord Commander's tower. And when the tunnels grew too small for that, he took them up at night onto the old ruin of Stone Door and worked them there. They grew. He had been told by Sam, who had been told by Aemon, who had read it in a book at the Citadel 60 years ago, and remembered the relevant pages, because Aemon's memory was selective in the way only very old men's memories were selective. He had been told that dragons in his great-grandfather's day had grown by perhaps a foot in a fortnight if they were well fed. Velserys grew by a foot in 9 days. Arithos grew by a foot in 7. Lysarion grew by a foot in 12, and then by no foot at all for a fortnight, and then by 2 feet in a week. Lysarion did most things on Lysarion's own schedule. By the 6th week, Velseres was the size of a wolfhound. Erithos was the size of a wolfhound and a wolf together. Lysarion was the size of a fox and faster than a fox had any business being. They could fly. Velseres could carry a sack of grain across the courtyard. Erithos could carry his own weight in mutton and did, twice in the same evening, until Mormont told him no by means of a thrown helmet that struck the wall above him and persuaded him on the matter. Lysarion did not yet seem to want to fly anywhere a man wanted him to. He flew where he liked. He came back when called. "They are bonding," Aemon said on the 8th night. "Aye," Jon said. He had Velseres across his lap. The pale dragon was working at a problem in his own mind that involved the laces of Jon's boots, and had, in the last quarter hour, taken on the look of an old problem the dragon was determined to solve once and for all. "They will bond to no other man," Aemon said. "It is not a thing they choose. It is a thing they are. If you fall in battle, they will fly back to Dragonstone or to Valyria or to a place none of us has ever heard of, or they will die. They do not transfer. That is, it is what it is. The Targaryens did not make their riders. The dragons made their riders. We will not be the first house to learn this, and we will not be the last. You speak of yourself. I speak of my house. There is no difference in some matters." Jon watched Velseres gnaw thoughtfully at the lace. He did not pull the boot away. The lace was finished, chewed thoroughly through, in a manner that would later require explanation to Donal Noy, but Jon, who had been mending his own boots since he was 8, was not concerned. "Maester," he said. "Aye, the cold. What of it? It does not bite me." "It has not for a fortnight. You have, in a fortnight, slept in a chamber with 3 dragons. You are, by the look of you, hotter than any man on the wall who is not standing in a smithy. The cold cannot get a grip on you. It will not again until you are without them. That is something to remember, Jon Snow. You will want to remember it when, in time, you are without them. The cold has not been your enemy in some weeks. It will be again. Most men's enemies are patient." Jon nodded. He filed it. He learned the Valyrian commands carefully, the way a young swordsman learns the names of the steps in the practice yard. He had not the high Valyrian his great-grandfather would have had. He had what Aemon could teach him in 6 weeks, which was perhaps 100 words and several dozen sentences, and the inflection one used to tell a dragon to do a thing rather than the inflection one used to ask whether the dragon might, on consideration, prefer to do it. He learned Dracaries. He learned Valor Morgulis, which was not a dragon word, but which Aemon taught him in the same hour because Aemon, when he was teaching all the things at once. He learned Soves and Neuha and Zaldrises, and eventually, the proper form of the verb for the descent of a dragon from a great height onto a target a rider has selected, which was a verb most Valyrian speakers had not used in 300 years, and which Sam wrote down with 3 exclamation points in his book. The dragons learned faster than he did. They learned, in particular, that Jon was a thing they could understand even when he was not speaking Valyrian, even when he was not speaking at all, which was the thing they had been waiting to find out. By the 5th week, he could call them without using his voice. He did this once in the vault by way of experiment. He thought, come. They came. He sat with this for some minutes. He sat with it, and then he sat with the fact that he was sitting with it, and then he went up the stairs and told Aemon. "That," Aemon said, "is the bond. I had wondered whether it would come this soon." "It frightens me," Jon said. "It should," Aemon said. "It does not frighten you enough. Wait." He could not stay in the Maester's tower all his hours. The watch was the watch. There was a yard to drill in. There was a wall to walk. There were rangings that Mormont could not, in good conscience. leave Jon out of without provoking exactly the question Mormont did not wish to provoke. In the 7th week, the question arrived in the person of Q Horan Halfhand. Q Horan came down from the Shadow Tower with 5 rangers behind him. He took his supper in the common hall without ceremony. He drank a single cup of ale. He went to Mormont's solar afterwards and shut the door himself. Jon was not in the solar. Jon learned what was said in it from Sam, who had been just outside the door and had not been there to listen. Sam was not a man who listened at doors, but who could not, in the corridor of a wooden tower, easily not hear. Mormont said, "You are to come ranging with me," Q Horan had said. "The Lord Commander says you are the best young blade on the wall and that I am to take you north. He is generous, Halfhand, he is. I will take you. We leave in 3 days. There is a thing in the haunted forest I have come to look at. The Lord Commander says you might see what other men have not." "What is the thing?" "I will not tell you in this room. I will tell you when we are 5 leagues north of the gate and there are no walls to repeat me." The dragons did not like Jon leaving. Velserys understood it best. Velserys had a way of understanding things that troubled him, which was to fold himself into a posture of acceptance with the implication that the acceptance was, in fact, judgment. Erithos did not understand it at all. Erithos breathed flame at the door of the vault 3 times before Aemon laid a hand on him, and said something in a tongue Erithos was not old enough to know but had the sense to listen to. Lysarion did not visibly react. Lysarion, Jon was learning, did not visibly do most things. "They will be here when you come back," Aemon said. "If I come back." "You will come back, Maester Jon Snow. They cannot follow you into the haunted forest. The forest is no place for a dragon the size of a wolfhound and a man of bad intent with a longbow. They will be here. I will keep them here. You will come back. Halfhand has come back from worse." "Go." Jon went. He took with him his sword. A pack of dried meat the kitchens had grudged him, his black cloak, his second-best pair of boots, and a heat at the back of his throat that he had stopped, by then, calling anything in particular. It was simply how he was now. The cold of the gate as it opened did not touch him. The cold of the trees beyond the gate did not touch him. He noted it without surprise. Q Horan rode at the head of the column. He did not look back at Jon for some hours. When he did look back, he had with him the air of a man who had been reaching a conclusion for some time and was about to test it. "Jon Snow. You are not cold. I am not Halfhand. Why?" Jon had been turning this question in his mouth for some hours and had decided what he would do with it when it came. "I do not know," he said. Q Horan looked at him. Jon looked back. Q Horan was a man who had spent 30 years not believing what men told him in winter, and yet a man who, when a man he respected said, "I do not know," was prepared to consider that the man did not know. He nodded once. "Stay close to me when we leave the road then," Q Horan said. "I want to know what you are. I want you alive when I find out. Halfhand." They camped that night beneath an old oak that had been split by lightning 100 years ago and was still living after a fashion. Q Horan set the watches. He set Jon at the 3rd watch, which was the watch Q Horan took himself, and they sat in the cold dark with the small banked fire between them. "Now I will tell you," Q Horan said. There is a place 3 leagues north of here, a ridge of stones along a ravine. 2 rangers came back from it 10 days ago and told the Shadow Tower they had seen a thing they could not explain. I went up there myself with 2 men. We saw it. We did not engage. We came back. What was it? Whites moving in formation. 12 of them in a line, 50 paces apart, walking south at a steady pace. Not after anyone. Not lost. Marching. Jon was quiet a long moment. Whites do not march Halfhand. Whites have not marched in any book Aemon Targaryen has read, Jon Snow. They march now. There are more than 12 of them. We saw 12. We did not see what was over the ridge. You think there is a host. I think there is a host. How big? I will not insult you with a guess. We will see in the morning. Sleep first. Jon did not sleep first. Jon sat with his back to the oak, and Horan sat with his back to a fallen log, and the small fire burned between them. And Jon thought about 3 dragons in a vault 60 miles to the south, and about a girl on a beach he had not seen, and about a host of dead men marching south in a tongue dead men were not supposed to know. The heat in his throat did not leave him. He slept, eventually. He dreamed of a wall of fire instead of his wall of ice. There was a silver-haired woman walking through the fire. She did not see him. He did not see her face. He saw in the dream that her dragons had grown. He woke before the 3rd watch. You are early, Horan said. I dreamed. Bad dreams this far north. Not bad, different. Horan nodded. He did not ask. The half-hand was a man who did not, as a rule, ask after dreams. The dreams in the haunted forest, Jon would learn, had a way of asking after themselves. They saw the host the next afternoon. They saw it from the rise above the ravine, where Horan made them lie flat, and Jon learned in the same minute the meaning of the word host in this context. There were not 12 whites. There were perhaps 400. They moved in 3 lines, each line spaced at 50 paces, walking south at the same steady pace Horan had described. At the head of the 2nd line, on a horse that should not have been able to carry it, was a white walker. Jon had never seen one. He had read of them in old Nan's stories, which were not books, and in Sam's small reading, which was not many books, and in Aemon's stories, which were the closest he had come to a record. He looked at the figure on the horse and he understood, very calmly, what it was, and the heat at the back of his throat lifted a degree, the way water in a kettle lifts to its full pitch before it boils. Horan, beside him, did not move. Horan did not speak. Horan watched for a long minute, and then Horan took a small piece of charcoal from his pouch and drew on the back of a strip of birch bark the disposition of the host. 3 lines, 50 paces each, 1 rider at the head of the 2nd line. A flank of perhaps 50 whites detached and walking parallel 100 paces to the east. He folded the bark. He put it in his pouch. He looked at Jon. He moved 1 finger. Jon understood. Back. They went back. They went back at the speed a ranger goes back when he has seen a thing he must report, which is to say faster than is wise and slower than the throat would prefer. They did not stop at the oak. They did not stop at the gully. They stopped at the gate of Castle Black at the 3rd hour of the night, and the gate watch did not, at first, recognize the men they were looking at. Half-hand, Donal Noy said from the gatehouse, you have been gone 2 days. You left for a fortnight. I have been gone 2 days and seen a thing that wants more days than I had to spend on it. Let us in. He let them in. Mormont received them in his solar in the small hours. He read the piece of birch bark by candlelight. He read it twice. He did not speak for a long minute. He looked at Horan. He looked at Jon. He folded the bark and put it in the inner pocket of his jerkin where he kept the things he was not ready to commit to any man else. 400, he said. I, Lord Commander, in formation. I, walking south at a steady pace. I, with one of them. I. Mormont looked at Jon. Jon Snow, did you see what Horan saw? I saw what Horan saw, Lord Commander. You agree on the number. I agree on the number. And what did you think, lad, when you saw it? Jon was quiet. He had been thinking it for 2 days. He had been thinking about the dragons. He had been thinking about the size of the dragons and about the size of 400 whites and 1 white walker, and about the size of what would, in time, follow 400 whites and 1 white walker. I thought, Lord Commander, he said, that we are going to need them sooner than we hoped. Mormont nodded once. Aye, he said. I thought the same. Horan, who did not yet know what Mormont and Jon were speaking of, did not ask. Horan was a ranger of 30 years and had not survived them by asking after sentences he had not been included in. "Half-hand," Mormont said. "I will keep you here at Castle Black for the season. I will need you in matters I cannot yet explain to you. You will know in time. Eat, sleep. Tomorrow we will speak of larger things, Lord Commander. Go." Horan went. He went. Jon noticed, with a small look back at the door, the look of a man who had walked into a room he had not expected to walk into and was, by his nature, going to spend the rest of the night working out the shape of. Mormont waited until the door shut. He looked at Jon. The candlelight made his beard a color the candlelight should not have made his beard. "Boy." "Aye, Lord Commander." "It is happening sooner than we thought. We do not have weeks. We have weeks fewer than we had. I do not know how many. I do not like surprises." "Aye." "You will go to the Maester now. Tell him what you saw. Sleep. Eat. Tomorrow you will be in the vault with those three from sunrise to supper. They will be the size they need to be in the months we have, or they will not, and we will see." "Aye, Lord Commander." "Jon Snow." "Aye." "You did well to come back. Half-hand brought us back. You did well to come back with him." Jon nodded. He went down the stairs. He did not, in the corridor of the Lord Commander's tower, smell the smoke from Aemon's tower across the yard, but he knew it was there. He knew, the way he had been learning to know things in the last 6 weeks, that Velserys was on the Maester's chair and Erithos was at the high window and Lysarion was on the lower shelf of Aemon's small shelf of books, lying along the spines. He went to Aemon. He told him what he had seen. Aemon listened with his old face down toward the floor. "Maester," Jon said when he had finished. "Aye, there is a host coming." "There has always been a host coming, Jon Snow. We have only just begun to see it. We do not have time. We never have time. We will use the time we have." "They will not be big enough. They will be the size they are. The size will be enough or it will not. The gods have not, in 8,000 years, asked us whether we were big enough. We have always done the work in front of us. We will do that work." Velserys, on the Maester's chair, lifted his pale head and looked at Jon. He did not blink in the way Velserys did not blink. He set his head on his forepaws again. Erithos, at the high window, breathed a thin line of fire at the night for no reason Jon could discern, which was perhaps Erithos's reason. Lysarion, on the books, did not move. Jon stood in the doorway a long moment. He looked at the three of them and at the old Maester. He understood, calmly, that he had walked into the rest of his life some weeks ago and was only now turning his head to look at the door. "Maester," he said. "I, Jon Snow. I am ready to begin. You have been beginning for some time. I am ready to know." Aemon turned his blind face to him. He smiled the smile he had been holding back. He did not in his life smile often. He did that night smile then. "Sit," he said. "Close the door. I will tell you what your name is." Chapter 4. The three-headed shadow Aemon began with what he did not know. This was, Jon would understand later, the kind of beginning Aemon Targaryen had spent his life learning to make. The Maester sat on his bench with his hands folded over the head of his staff, and the candle on the table, and the 3 dragons arranged around the room in the postures the 3 dragons had come to prefer. And he spoke in the voice he used when he was teaching a thing he was not quite sure of. "I do not know who your mother was. Maester, hear me, Jon Snow. I do not know. I have a guess. I have had this guess for many years. I have not committed it to parchment. I have not told it to any man. I have not, in the years since I formed it, written to your father at Winterfell to ask whether my guess was right. I have not asked because, until tonight, the asking would have made matters worse. Do you understand what I am telling you? No, Maester. Good. Then I am telling it correctly. Listen." The dragons were quiet. Sam was not in the room because Sam was, by Mormont's order, asleep, although Sam had protested. Mormont was not in the room. The room had Aemon and Jon and the 3 dragons, and the room had a candle, and the room had whatever the room had had in it for 2 centuries, which was much. "I think," Aemon said, "that you are not the son of Eddard Stark. I think Eddard Stark is the man who carried you home from a tower in Dorne when you were less than a month old. I think you are the son of a sister Eddard loved, who died in childbed in that tower, and a man Eddard hated, who had died on a battlefield in the Riverlands a fortnight before. He let this be in the room. I think you are the son of Lyanna Stark and my great-nephew, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. He let this be in the room a little longer. I do not know this. I will not say it to any man as if I knew it. I will say it to you as what I think. You are entitled to think of it what you wish to think. You are entitled to ask of me what you wish to ask. I have lived a long time. There is very little I will not answer." Jon was quiet. He was quiet for the kind of time a man is quiet when he has been handed a thing he had not previously been able to picture being handed, and is being asked in the same minute what he thinks of the color of it. "Maester," he said at last. My father. He has told me many times that he will tell me of my mother when we next meet, has he?" "Then you should ask him when you next meet. You think he will tell me. He may. He may not. He is a man of his word in many ways, your father. The word he gave at the tower was a hard word. The keeping of it has been a long thing. I would not be quick to say what Eddard Stark will do when his son asks him a question. He is my father, he is. He raised you. He did not bring a child home from a battlefield and leave the raising to a wet nurse. He raised you as his own with his own wife under his own roof. You are not less his son for being also another man's son. There is no man at Winterfell who is more your father than Eddard Stark, Jon Snow. Whatever you think of what I have told you tonight, do not think of him less for it." "Maester, I do not." "You will. You will think of him less for some hours. That is the kind of news this is. You will think of him better again when those hours have passed. I am telling you this so that you remember it through the worst of the hours. Eddard Stark is your father. He has been your father for 16 years. That is what he is. The other thing, the thing I think, is what you are. They are not the same word, Jon Snow. They will not be the same word if you live to be 97. Jon was quiet again. He looked at Velserys. Velserys on the chair watched him. The dragon's dark gray eyes did not move. "My mother," Jon said. "Lyanna Stark. I am told she was a fine horsewoman and a fine archer. I am told she was beautiful. I am told she sang. I am told other things. I will tell you them when you ask. She died in a tower with you in her arms and your father, your other father, at her side. She did not die well, and she did not die badly. She died, by the report of one man, asking your father to keep a promise. I think the promise was that he would call you his, and tell no man that you were not. I think Eddard Stark has kept that promise for 16 years. Jon was very quiet. The candle on the table moved a little. "Maester. You said you would tell me what my name is. I will if you wish to hear it. Your name is Jon Snow. That is the name you have lived all your life. That is the name your father gave you. That is your name. Do not lay it down for any name a stranger gives you." Jon waited. "If your other father had named you," Aemon said, "I do not know what name he would have given. I know what names his line gave. Aegon, Daeron, Aemon, Mikar, Visenya, Rhaenys. He had a son once by his wife who was called Aegon. The son did not live. I do not think your other father would have given you a name another of his children had. I do not know what name he would have given. I know only that he did not name you. The man who named you is your father. He named you Jon. Are you well, Jon Snow?" "I am." "You are not." "I am as well as I can be in this hour, Maester." "That is fairly answered." Velserys, after a moment, climbed down from the chair and came across the stones and put his pale head on Jon's knee. He did not ask for anything. Erithos, at the high window, did not move. Lysarion, on the small shelf of books, lifted himself and walked along the shelf to where Jon's elbow was on the table and put his violet nose against the inside of Jon's wrist. Jon did not say anything for some time. "I will think on this, Maester. I, Jon Snow. I do not know what to do with it. Nothing tonight. Sleep. The dragons will let you sleep. Erithos may not let you sleep well, but he will let you sleep. Tomorrow there will be the world again and we will work at it." He slept. He did not know how. Erithos sang to him for some hours in a key Erithos had invented. And that Sam, if Sam had been in the room, would have written down. Velseres lay across his ankles and pinned them to the bed in the way a hound pins a master's ankles to a bed, which is to say with affection and an insistence on the geometry of the night. Lysarion, when Jon woke in the small hours, was on the window-sill watching the moon. The moon was full. Lysarion did not watch the moon often. The moon, that night, watched back. He slept again. He did not dream of the silver-haired woman. He dreamed of his father in the godswood at Winterfell, and his father did not turn around when Jon spoke to him, and Jon did not, in the dream, speak again. In the morning Mormont gave him 3 days. 3 days, the Lord Commander said. You will not be on a roster, you will not be in the yard, you will be in the vault with them. You will sit with what Aemon told you. You will come up for meals, and you will sit with whomever you like at meals, or you will sit alone, and no man will ask you why. At the end of 3 days you will come to my solar, and we will speak about the next thing. I, Lord Commander, and Jon. I eat. I, Lord Commander. He ate. He sat with Sam. Sam, who knew everything in the way Sam knew most things, which was to say without being told, did not ask. Sam ate 2 helpings of porridge and read a small book of plant lore and let Jon be silent for the length of breakfast. Jon, who had not in his life been allowed to be silent for the length of a breakfast at another man's elbow, found that he was grateful for it in a way he did not have a word for. He spent the day with the dragons in the vault. He did not, in the day, name what he was sitting with. He let it be in him. He let it find its size. The dragons let him be quiet. Velseres lay across his lap. Erithos slept curled around Jon's left boot and breathed small puffs of smoke that did not, by the 8th hour, set anything on fire. Lysarion was on the rim of the cradle, watching. At supper Mormont sat opposite him and did not speak about it. They spoke about the watch rotations on the wall. They spoke about Donal Noy's last conversation with the cook about the porridge. They spoke about the rookery, which had lost a raven to a hawk the previous fortnight and had not yet replaced it. Jon was grateful for the conversation. He did not say so. Mormont knew, by the way he closed his hand on Jon's shoulder when he left the table, that Jon was grateful. He slept again. He dreamed again. He dreamed of the silver-haired woman, this time on a road through hills he did not know. The hills smelled of olive trees, which Jon had not been told the smell of, and yet, in the dream, knew. She was riding. She was dressed in a robe in a color he had not been taught the name of. Her dragons were larger now than they had been on the beach. Drogon was the size of a draft horse and not stopping. She turned in her saddle and looked at him. "I dreamed of you," she said. "You dreamed of me before." "I dream of you most nights. Are you well?" "I am as well as I can be." "Where are you?" "In the north." "How far north?" "Far, the wall." "I do not know the wall. You will." "Will I? I am going to find you," she said. "How?" "By boat, by many boats. By an army I am gathering. By the road that will be in front of me. I do not know yet. I know that I will." "What is your name?" "Daenerys of the house Targaryen, the Stormborn, the mother of dragons, the unburnt." "That is many names. It is my house's way. Mine has only one. Tell me." "Jon Snow." She looked at him in the dream as though tasting the name. She did not say anything to it. "Will you come?" she said. "To you, to meet me, to stand with me, to put 6 dragons in the sky against the dead and the gods of kings landing both." He was quiet a long time in the dream. "I do not know." He said, "I am a brother of the watch, you are not. I have sworn an oath. You have, and you will keep it. The watch does not stand against your kin. I will not ask you to break it. I will ask you to honor it differently. The watch was made to stand against what is coming. You will stand against what is coming. So will I." He did not answer in the dream. He woke. Viserys was on the foot of the cot. The taste in his mouth was olive oil and something fermented he had not eaten, and the heat in his throat had not lifted. He gave Mormont the 3 days, and at the end of the 3 days he climbed the stairs to the Lord Commander's solar, and stood at attention in front of the desk in the way he had been taught to stand at attention by Sir Roderick Castle when he was 11. "Sit, Jon." He sat. "What did you decide?" "Lord Commander." "What did you decide, Jon, about the thing the Maester told you, about what you are, about what you do with it?" "I have decided," Jon said, "that I am Jon Snow, that my father is Eddard Stark, that I will not lay down the cloak. That when the day comes that I cannot stand at the wall in this cloak any longer, I will lay it down for the reason that I am needed elsewhere on the wall's business, and not for the reason that another man has told me I am not the man I have been all my life." Mormont nodded once. I have decided that I will not write to my father. Aemon thinks I should ask my father in person when next we meet. I will ask him in person. I will not write. Good. I have decided that I will keep the dragons in the vault until I cannot. I will fly them at night when the work asks for it. I will not show them to a man not in this room without your leave. I will not of my own choice become a thing the realm cannot bear. Good. And the last decision. Lord Commander, the last decision, Jon. The one you have made and not said, the one I can see in your face, out with it. Jon was quiet. "I have decided," he said, "that if the dead come for the wall and the watch is not enough, I will use the dragons, all 3 of them, with whatever men will fly with me, with whatever wildlings will fight beside us, with whatever oath I have to bend for it. That is the right last decision." "Aye, Lord Commander." "Go," Mormont said. "Work them. They will be needed sooner than the Maester's books would say. Take Sam. He will need to write." "Aye, Lord Commander." He took the dragons up that night. He had not, before, taken all 3 out at the same time onto the open ruins of Stone Door. He took them out together. He brought Sam. Sam carried the parchment roll Aemon had given him, and the small ink pot Aemon had warmed in his hands before they left, and a single lantern that Sam did not need by the time they reached the top of the ruined keep, because Erithos had set up a small fire on the broken hearthstone of the great hall. And they did not need the lantern at all. Viserys flew first. He flew 60 yards, he banked. He came back. He flew 100. He came back. By the 3rd pass, he was flying with the small calm a young heron has when it is testing the air, and has decided that the air is, after all, what its mother said it would be. Erithos flew badly and far. He flew badly because Erithos had no patience for the work of flying. Erithos believed that there was a place a dragon ought to be, and that the proper distance between his current location and the place he ought to be was a thing the wings should solve at speed. He flew badly all the way to the edge of the haunted forest and back, and along the way he set fire to a dead pine that had had a great deal of dead pine in it for some years, and that, by the look of it, had been waiting for a Targaryen dragon to put it out of its misery. Lysarion did not fly until Erithos came back. Then Lysarion lifted himself, with no warning, from where Lysarion had been sitting on the broken hearthstone, and flew straight up. He flew straight up for a count of perhaps 30. He flew so high Sam had to lift the lantern and could not, for a long minute, see him at all. He came down on his own in his own time. He had something in his mouth. He landed at Jon's feet and put the thing on the stones and looked up at Jon and waited. The thing in Lysarion's mouth had been a hawk. The hawk was very thoroughly dead. "Maester Aemon will want a feather of it," Sam said, who said most things at the wrong moment in the right tone. "He will," Jon said. He plucked a feather. He put it in his pouch. He put his hand on Lysarian's head. Lysarian did not move. They were not alone on the ruined keep. He knew it some seconds before he saw it. The heat at the back of his throat lifted by the degree that Velserys had taught him to read. He turned. He drew his sword. There were 4 of them on the lower wall. They were wildlings. They were on the lower wall in the silence wildlings managed in snow, which was a silence men of the Watch had not taught themselves yet. They had bows. They had not, by the look of them, expected to find anything bigger than a deer. The first arrow was already in the air. Velserys took it on the wing. The arrow broke. Velserys, in the same motion, was on the lower wall, and the wildling who had loosed the arrow was on the lower wall too, and shortly afterward was not on the lower wall but in a position that did not, at this distance, much resemble a wildling. The second wildling ran. He ran for 10 paces. Erithos was on him at the end of the 10th. Erithos did not, at this stage of his growth, have the capacity to burn a man entirely. Erithos had the capacity to set a man on fire and consider the rest of the matter unfinished. Erithos set him on fire. The wildling ran burning for another 20 paces and then did not run. The third wildling did not run. The third wildling put down his bow and put up his hands. He was a thin man, and the thin man's voice, when it came, was older than his face. "I yield," he said. "By the gods, I yield, dragon rider." The fourth wildling was a woman. She was red-headed under her hood. She had a small bow. She had not loosed it. She did not loose it now. She stood on the lower wall and looked at Velserys, who had come back to Jon's shoulder, and at Erithos, who had come back to Jon's other shoulder, and at Lysarian, who had not moved from Jon's feet because Lysarian did not move when Lysarian did not see the need. She did not speak. She did not lower the bow either. She did not, by her face, look frightened. She looked instead as though she were taking notes. Sam, who had taken many notes in his life, recognized the expression. Sam took a step back behind the broken hearthstone. "Drop the bow," Jon said. She dropped the bow. "Step away from it," Jon said. She stepped away from it. "Your name?" "Ygritte." He looked at her. She looked at him. She was perhaps 2 years his senior. Her hair, under the hood, was the color Sam had heard called kissed by fire, which was a wildling phrase Aemon had taught him last week in the context of a different conversation. Her eyes were gray. "You are very young to be a dragon rider," she said. "I am not very young." "You are younger than me, by a year, maybe 2. You are younger than me." She smiled, a small, uneven smile that did not, in the smile, contain any kindness. It contained, instead, the calm of a person who has been about to die and has not died, and has decided that the post-dying minutes were a fair time for honesty. "You know nothing, Jon Snow. I have not told you my name. You did not need to. There are stories from south of the Wall. There is a brother of the Watch who is the bastard son of the Lord of Winterfell. The brother of the Watch is dark-haired and gray-eyed and a Stark in everything but name. You are dark-haired and gray-eyed and a Stark in everything but name. You are Jon Snow. We have known your name since you took the black. We did not know you had 3 dragons until 5 minutes ago." The thin wildling on his knees said, "I will not tell anyone what I have seen. By the gods, I will not." "You will," Ygritte said, without looking at him. "You will tell Mance the moment you are out of his sight. He will not punish you for the telling. He will reward you, so will I tell him. I will tell him I saw in any case." She looked at Jon. "There is no use killing us for the seeing. The seeing was your fault. You were on a ruined keep with 3 dragons in the open air. We were on the road. We are scouts. We see things. That is the work." "You will not tell," Jon said. "I will. Ygritte. I will tell him I saw 3 dragons. I will tell him I saw a snow. I will not tell him I saw the pale one come back to you like a man's own hound, or that the small one brought you a hawk, or that the red one set fire to a wildling and did not, before the fire, look at you for leave. Those things he does not need to know. Those things are not the work of a scout. Those things would set a different sort of fire in Mance Rayder's eye, and I am not sure I am ready for the fire he would set. I am not sure you are either. She did not move. Take the deal, Jon Snow, you will not be sorry. He looked at her for a long time. Velserys on his shoulder did not move. Erithos on his other shoulder hissed once at the woman and then did not hiss again. Lysarion at his feet watched her with the violet eye Lysarion used when Lysarion was, by his own measure, deciding. Go, Jon said. She nodded once. She did not pick up the bow. She walked past Erithos with no more concern than she would have shown a stable cat, and she went down the lower wall and into the snow, and the thin wildling on his knees got up and followed her at a distance he calculated as carefully as a sailor calculates a tide. The thin wildling did not, in the months that followed, tell Mance anything he was not invited to tell. Sam, behind the hearthstone, came out from the hearthstone. Jon. Aye, Sam. It was. You did not kill her. No, Sam. Mormont will ask why. He will. What will you tell him? Jon looked down the slope of the keep, where Ygritte was a small dark shape in the snow that was, by the moment, smaller. He did not know what he would tell Mormont. He thought, instead, about the long time the wildlings had not, in all of their songs, contained a Stark, and about how that might, perhaps, soon change. I will tell him, he said, that there is no winning a war against the dead without the people who live closest to it. I will tell him that I have just met one of those people. I will tell him I have decided to talk to them. Sam looked at him. That is a very large decision, Jon. It is. Will the Lord Commander like it? He will hate it. He will agree with it. He will tell me to go anyway. The Lord Commander is that sort of man. Sam wrote it down. Sam did not, that night, stop writing for a long while. Far to the south, at Winterfell, Bran Stark sat in his window with Maester Luwin's blanket across his lap and watched the moon. He had dreamed of his brother on a ruined keep that night. He had dreamed of 3 dragons. He had dreamed of a woman with red hair who looked at his brother in a way Bran had not, in his 10 years, seen a woman look at his brother before. He had also dreamed, in the dream that ran beside the first dream, of a silver-haired woman crossing a sea on a ship she had borrowed from a richer man. He looked at the moon. He thought about the line. The line that ran through him. It had not narrowed. It had widened. It was widening still. Maester Luwin, he said, into the room. Maester Luwin, who had been bent over a book at the desk, looked up. Aye, Bran. Do you ever dream of a person you have never met? Luwin closed the book. He looked at Bran for the kind of moment Maesters looked at lords' sons when they were sorting which of several possible answers to give. Sometimes, he said. All men do. And do those people ever dream of you? Luwin was quiet a long moment. In some stories, he said, they do. The stories are very old. Ah, said Bran. He did not say anything else for the rest of the evening. He watched the moon. He watched the line. The line widened. Chapter 5. A letter from Winterfell. It was Sam who wrote it. Aemon dictated the letter on the morning after the night on the ruined keep. He dictated it in the Maester's chamber, with the door barred, while the dragons were below in the vault eating what had been, before Sam smuggled it out of the kitchens at dawn, the better part of 3 days' allowance of salt pork. Sam wrote slowly. Aemon spoke slowly. The letter, in the end, was not long. The Lord of Winterfell read it 3 days later in his solar in the small hours of a morning that was not quite yet a morning. He read it once. He set it on the desk. He read it again. He took it to the godswood. The godswood at Winterfell at 3 hours before dawn was a quiet place, quieter than most of Winterfell, which was, at 3 hours before dawn, quiet to begin with. The heart tree was a white shape against the black. Ned Stark sat at its base in the old posture he had sat in many times in 16 years, the posture of a man who had a great deal to think about and not, at the heart tree at any rate, any obligation to think about it in any hurry. He sat with the letter folded in his lap. The weirwood eyes were the color the weirwood eyes had been for 8,000 years. The face of the heart tree did not change. The face of the heart tree never changed. Eddard Stark, who had been a young man at this tree once and a husband and a father and a friend and a hand of the king and the keeper of a promise, looked into the carved face and did not say anything for a long while. He thought, against his will, he is found. He thought it with no relief and no fear, and a certain low note of inevitability he could not have, with the rest of him, named. He had not expected the heart tree to be the place this news came to him. He had expected, if it came at all, that it would come in a way that required immediate action, that he would have to ride somewhere or send a man somewhere or sign a paper, that the room of the news would have men in it. The heart tree was not a room. There were no men in it. He thought, after a long time, she would have wanted him to know. He thought it about Lyanna, who had been 17 when she died and had asked Ned for a promise he had kept by lying to his wife about it for 16 years. He thought about the promise. He thought about whether the promise had been about hiding Jon or about keeping him alive, and whether in the end, those were the same promise. He thought about whether the keeping of the promise was finished now or had only changed. A great deal of his thinking was not in words. The wind in the godswood was the wind in the godswood. The little pool at the foot of the heart tree did not freeze, though the air around it was cold enough to freeze the pool of any tree that was not a heart tree. Ned's breath was a slow, visible thing. The breath of the heart tree was the breath of a thing that did not, by any measure men understood, breathe. After a long time he set his hand on the bark. He did not, in his hand, feel an answer. He did not expect one. He had not, in 16 years of sitting at the heart tree, felt an answer. He had felt only the same thing every Stark had felt at the heart tree for 8,000 years, which was the kind of company that did not require speech. He sat. The east began to take on the color of milk. He stood, eventually. He brushed the snow from his cloak. He walked back to the keep with the letter in his hand. In his solar, by the rekindled fire, he wrote a letter of his own. He wrote it quickly. He sealed it with the wolf's head. He gave it to a man he trusted to carry it north in person, by the King's Road, at speed, with a second writ that would, at every holdfast on the road, pry a fresh horse out of any stable that had one. He sat after the man had gone. He sat for a long time. Catelyn, in the doorway behind him at some point, did not come in. Catelyn knew the look of his back when his back was a back not to come up behind. He stood. He went to find Robb. The letter Ned wrote to Jon said this: "Jon, you are my son. You have been my son since the morning I carried you home from a tower in Dorne and named you Snow. Whatever else you are also that. Aemon Targaryen has told me what he believes of you. He believes correctly. Your mother was Lyanna, my sister. I have kept her promise as best I could. She would not, I think, fault me for the keeping. She would, I think, fault me for the not telling when the time came that the telling could be born. The time has come. I am sorry for the years. I will tell Robb today. He will come to you. He will come because he is my son and he is your brother, and there is no third thing to say. Treat him well. He is a better man than I am. Whatever you have become, you are still my son. You always were." Ned Sam read this letter aloud to Jon in Aemon's chamber when it arrived. Sam read it 3 times because Jon asked him to. Jon did not, the first time, hear it all the way through. He did the second time. He did the third time. He folded the letter himself when Sam had finished. He put it inside his tunic. He did not, that day, take it out again. Mormont, on hearing of the letter, made a sound at the back of his throat that was not a word and was, on Mormont, a longer commentary than most words. He poured himself a cup of ale. He poured Jon one. He pushed it across the desk. He said, "Eddard Stark has just done a thing many fathers would not have done." "Aye," Jon said, "you will write him back." "I will. You will tell him you are well." "I am well." "That is not a lie, then." "It is not, Lord Commander. Word, however, does not travel north only. Word travels south and east, and to King's Landing in particular, which is the kind of city word travels to even when no man has set out to send it. Robert Baratheon heard at the 3rd hour after midday on a Tuesday in the same week, in the small council chamber, from Varys. Varys had heard from a sellsword at Eastwatch, who had heard from a brother of the watch who had had too much ale at the wrong tavern, and had said the wrong sentence to the wrong ear. The sentence had been overheard by the kind of man who specialized in overhearing, and that man had taken a coin for it from a man who specialized in collecting overheard sentences for Varys. And Varys had specialized in receiving such collections, and assembling from them the kind of report that did not, on the page, contain a single sentence one could trace back to the original tavern. The report was 3 pages. Varys read it aloud, slowly, in the small council chamber, while Pycelle pretended to be asleep, and Renly pretended to be amused, and Stannis was not in the city, and Littlefinger sat with the kind of attention Littlefinger sat with when matters of consequence were unfolding around him that he had not yet arranged. The report's central claim was that a brother of the Night's Watch, the bastard son of Eddard Stark of Winterfell, was in possession of 3 dragons hatched at Castle Black under circumstances that the report's author had not been able to determine. The dragons were said to be the size of large dogs. They were said to be growing. They were said to be hidden by Lord Commander Mormont, who had sworn his immediate officers to secrecy on the matter. They were said to be. The cup in Robert Baratheon's hand was not, after the 2nd page, a cup. The wine in the cup was not, after the 2nd page, in the cup. The wine in the cup, after the 2nd page, was on the table and on Varys's robe and on the wall behind Varys. Varys did not stop reading. When Varys had finished reading, the king did not speak for the length of perhaps 4 breaths. When the king did speak, he spoke at a volume that startled the guards on the door, and what he said was not a sentence so much as an instruction. "I want his head." "Your Grace, I want his head. I want it on a pike. I want it on the pike before the bloody moon turns. Find me a man who can do it. Find me 40 men. Find me whatever it bloody well takes. He is Rhaegar's. They are all Rhaegar's. I will not have 1 bloody dragon on my wall and 1 bloody Targaryen riding it. I want his head, Varys. Do you hear me? I want his head." Varys, who heard everything the king said in the way Varys heard most things, said, "Your Grace, the wall is a long road." "It is a road. Roads are for riding. Send a man, send 40, send 100, I do not care. It will be done, Your Grace." It was, in fact, done, at least the dispatching of it. 40 gold cloaks were detached from the city watch under the command of a captain named Allard Royne, who was a Lannister man in everything but the lion. The writ was sealed in 3 places. The writ said, "Investigate the rumor of unlawful beast-keeping at Castle Black. If substantiated, bring Jon Snow before the king. If not, bring his head anyway." The last clause was not in the writ. The last clause was in Allard Royne's instructions, separately from Cersei. Robert did not know about it. Robert would not have minded had he known. Robert had, by the time the cloaks left the gate, drunk 5 cups in succession and forgotten that he had not put it in the writ himself. At Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister received a different report. Tywin's report came not from Varys, who knew better than to think he had a monopoly on Westeros's whispers, but from a man Tywin paid a smaller sum to than Varys paid his men and got, in return, sentences twice as useful. The report was on Tywin's desk by the same evening Robert heard. Tywin read it once. Tywin did not read most things twice. He sat at his desk for some minutes. He looked at the great map of Westeros on his wall. He thought about Casterly Rock as a thing on a map, and about King's Landing as a thing on a map, and about a young man on a wall of ice with 3 small dragons as a thing on the same map, and about how the map would, in the next year, change. He took up his pen. He wrote 3 letters. The first letter went to Kevan Lannister, who was at Casterly Rock with him, and would read it within the hour. It told Kevan that the realm was about to be a different realm, and that the lions would need teeth a lion had not had in 200 years. It told Kevan to begin, quietly, the acquisition of dragon eggs. It was understood in Tywin's circle that dragon eggs existed in private collections in 3 cities Tywin's circle did not name. The letter said, "Begin." The second letter went to a man in Volantes, whose name will not be set down in this account, because the man would not survive a more public mention. The letter requested an old service. It enclosed a sum. The third letter went to Jaime, at King's Landing. The third letter said only, "Be patient, my son, do nothing rash, watch the king, write me of what you see, burn this letter." Jaime, who could read Tywin's hand at a glance, burned it within the half-hour, although Jaime would, in the days that followed, find himself thinking about the second sentence of it more often than was prudent. Tywin then ate his supper. He ate alone. He did not, that night, drink more wine than usual. He did not, that night, speak to any of his household after supper. He went to bed in good order. He slept the kind of sleep Tywin Lannister slept when he had begun to see on the map in his head the disposition of a new game. At Winterfell, Ned told Robb. He told him in the Godswood by the Heart Tree, where Ned had told Catelyn many things and would, in time, tell her this one too, but not yet. Robb was 18, with his mother's red hair and his father's eyes and the kind of seriousness that had not yet been broken by anything worth breaking it. He listened without interrupting. He did not, when Ned had finished, ask the questions Ned had braced himself to be asked. He asked, instead, "When can I ride, Robb, father, when can I ride? He will need someone, he will not be expecting it. When can I ride? Tomorrow." "Then tomorrow, Robb, listen, he is what he is. He is what Aemon thinks. He is not less your brother for it. He is not less my brother for it, I know that." "Father, he would not be less my brother for it if he were Ares himself with horns and a tail. Tell me what you want me to do." "Go to him, be with him, take a small guard, take Hullen's son, take 20 of our men, take no Maester, we will not write of this. Tell him from me that I would have come if I could have come. Tell him that I will come when the king's eye is elsewhere and not before. Tell him that the wolf and the dragon are not enemies in this house and never have been. Tell him I love him." Robb did not answer for a moment. He looked at his father with the look young men give their fathers when they realize, in a single sentence, that their fathers have been carrying something for 16 years that they had not, in any of those years, been asked to help carry. "I will tell him," he said. He rode at dawn. He took 20 men, Hullen's son, 2 pack-horses, a sealed letter Ned had not let him read, and a wolf the size of a yearling pony who would not be told by any man that he was not coming. The King's Road in late winter, 4 days from Winterfell to Castle Black, took Robb Stark 5. He did not push the horses. He did not need to push the horses. He had been raised by his father to ride at a pace that did not break the animal under him, which was a pace not many young lords learned any more. He took the road north past Long Lake and Last Hearth and Great John Umber's table, at which he ate a single dinner, and pleaded the urgency of his father's business without further explanation. And the Great John, who was a man who liked to be pleaded with for reasons he was not told, gave him a horse and laughed. On the 5th day he rode into the gate of Castle Black with the wolf at his heel and the 20 men at his back, and the kind of plain face he had decided, on the road, he would have when he saw his brother. He did not, when he saw his brother, manage the plain face. Jon was in the yard. Jon had been called in by Donal Noy, who had seen the column on the road and had sent a boy. Jon was in his black cloak. He had grown a little in the month since Robb had seen him. He looked the way Jon had always looked, which was to say the way a Stark of the North looked in winter. He did not, at first, have a dragon on him. The dragons were in Aemon's vault. The heat in his throat was there, however, and Robb, who knew his brother, would later say that he had known, even before he saw the dragons, that the brother in the yard was not the brother he had said goodbye to. "Brother," Jon said. "Brother," Robb said. They embraced. They did not, in the embrace, say anything for some seconds. Mormont, on the steps of the Lord Commander's tower, did not interrupt. Sam, on the steps of the Maester's tower, did not interrupt. The men of the watch in the yard did not interrupt. The wolf at Robb's heel sat down and did not interrupt because the wolf at Robb's heel did not, on this occasion, see a reason to. "Father sent you," Jon said. "Father sent me, he told you. He told me what Aemon told him. And you came. And I came. Robb, Jon." They walked together to Aemon's tower. They walked the way they had walked in the yard at Winterfell once, when they were 10 and 12, with the same length of stride and the same set of the shoulders. Mormont watched them across the yard. Sam watched them too. Sam did not, for once, write anything down. Sam had decided, on the steps, that there were some scenes a man wrote down later from memory, because writing them down in the moment was the kind of intrusion the moment could not, in honor, bear. In Aemon's chamber, the dragons were waiting. They had heard. They had heard the way the dragons heard most things, which was to say through Jon. They had assembled themselves on the long bench Aemon used for instruments. Velserys was at one end. Erithos was at the other. Lysarion was in the middle. They watched the door. Robb came in. The wolf at his heel, Grey Wind, by the name Robb had given him at the Godswood months ago, stopped in the doorway. The wolf did not, in his year of life, hesitate at any door he had been invited through. He hesitated at this one. He looked at the bench. He looked at his brother, his man, and his brother put a hand on his head. The wolf went in. The 3 dragons did not move. Velserys looked at Robb. Velserys looked at the wolf. The pale dragon's gray eyes did not change. After a moment, Velserys laid his head on his forepaws. Erithos hissed once, in welcome or in objection. Robb could not tell which, and would not, in years to come, ever quite decide. Erithos was a dragon who hissed at most things. The wolf, after the hiss, looked at Erithos for a long moment, and then, in the manner of large wolves who have decided that a thing is, on consideration of their own house, went and lay down beside the bench. Erithos breathed a small puff of smoke that ruffled the wolf's fur and did not catch it on fire. Lysarion looked at Robb for some time. Robb stood quite still and let himself be looked at. Lysarion, having looked, climbed down off the bench and crossed the floor and put his violet nose against Robb's knee in the way. Lysarion put his violet nose against the knees of men who had been admitted, in Lysarion's quiet judgment, to the small company of those Lysarion considered family. "Brother," Robb said. He laughed once. The laugh was short and shocked and entirely his own. He bent and touched Lysarion's nose in the way Robb had been taught to touch a strange dog's nose when he was 4. "Brother, this is, by the gods, they are smaller than the songs." "They will not stay small. How big?" "Aemon thinks by the songs the size of horses by next year, then larger. He does not know. He says no one has known in 200 years. They are beautiful, Jon. Aye, they are also a problem. They are also a problem. Tell me the problem." Jon sat. Robb sat across from him. Aemon, in his chair, sat with the dragons, which was the place Aemon had been sitting before Robb arrived and the place Aemon would sit after Robb left. Sam, at the door, came in and closed the door and barred it and took out his parchment and his small ink pot, and did not, in the next 2 hours, write down a single word. Because Mormont had told Sam that this particular conversation was a thing that would be remembered better in the bones than in the books, Jon told Robb the problem. He told him about Robert's gold cloaks, which had not yet reached the wall but which would. He told him about Tywin's letters, which Jon did not know about and Aemon had not yet confirmed, but Aemon had spent a long career anticipating. He told him about the host of whites and the White Walker on the horse, and the line of dead men walking south at a steady pace. He told him about Ygritte, briefly, without naming her. Aemon had advised Jon at supper not to name a wildling scout to anyone, even a brother, when the wildling scout had let him live. Robb did not press for the name. Robb listened. He did not, when Jon had finished, ask questions for the sake of asking. He thought for some minutes. "The cloaks will be at Winterfell in a fortnight," he said. "Father will not let them through with our blessing. He will not. He cannot stop them either. He cannot raise the bannermen for it. He has not the call. He cannot. So they will go around Winterfell. They will be at the wall a fortnight after that. We have a moon. We have a moon. What does the Lord Commander mean to do? He means to delay them. He means to make them say their writ aloud and read it over and over. He means to ask for the names of the seal keepers, which the captain will not, of his own knowledge, have, and which the captain will have to send a rider south for. He means to buy a day or two. 2 days will not be enough. It will be. Why? Because at the end of the 2 days I will walk out of the Maester's tower into the yard, and Aemon will call them down, and 3 dragons will come down out of the sky in front of 40 gold cloaks. 40 gold cloaks will go home with a story. Some of them will go home with their water in the wrong place in their breeches. Robert will have the story. Robert will have to make a decision. We will have given Robert a decision that is not a decision that ends with one of his men cutting off my head." Robb was quiet a long time. "That is, Jon, that is a bold play. It is. It is also, it is the only play, is it not? It is. And Mormont agrees, he does, and Aemon, he does." Robb let out a long breath. He looked at the wolf at his feet. He looked at the pale dragon on the bench. He looked at his brother, his half-brother, his other half, his cousin, his blood, his watch-brother, his still brother, and he laughed once again, the same shocked half-laugh of the yard, and he said, "Then I will be in the yard with you. Robb, in the yard with you, where 40 gold cloaks can see me, so that the story they take back to Robert is also the story that the heir of Winterfell stood beside the dragon rider with the wolf at his heel. Father will not like it. Father will hate it. He will agree with it. So will Mother by the time the year is out. Mother is harder than she looks." Jon did not answer for a long moment. "You should not. I should. Father did not send me to keep you company in a tower. He sent me to stand with you. I will stand with you in the yard when the time comes." "Aye, Jon said. Aemon in his chair smiled. Aemon did not, in his life, smile often. He had smiled this fortnight, more times than he had smiled in the previous 50 years. And Sam, who had begun, against his orders, to keep a small private count, was beginning to think that the count might be a fact about the world worth, in time, writing down too. Across the world, on a deck of a ship that did not yet have a name, a silver-haired woman in a torn dress had her 3 dragons on her shoulders and looked west. The map of Westeros in Tywin's solar at Casterly Rock was not a map, any of them. Ned in his godswood, Aemon in his chair, Tywin at his desk, Jon and Robb in the Maester's tower, had been the same map yesterday. It was a different map. It had 3 dragons in the north of it, and 3 dragons coming over the sea toward it, and a king in the middle of it who did not, by the look of him, have a year left in him for any of it. The realm, that fortnight, was a realm in motion. None of the men who governed it had asked it to begin moving. None of them, by the same week, could quite tell it to stop. Chapter 6. The gold cloaks come north. Captain Allard Royne of the City Watch of King's Landing had, on the third afternoon out of Winterfell, the dawning understanding that he had been sent on the wrong errand by the wrong man for the wrong reason. He did not, at first, formulate it in those words. He formulated it instead as a series of small grievances. The grievances were that his writ, on examination by the firelight on his second night at Long Lake, was not in the form he would have wanted, that the writ had been seal-pressed by Cersei Lannister's man and not by the king's master-at-arms, that the writ, on its surface, requested the apprehension of a suspect for questioning, but his oral instructions, taken in private from a stewardess who could be relied on to deliver Cersei's verbal commands without bearing a quill, required the suspect's head whether or not he was guilty. That the cloaks under him were not the kind of men one took along on a long winter ride if one wanted men to come back from a long winter ride. That the food at Long Lake had been insufficient. That the welcome at Winterfell 3 days ago had been almost but not quite an insult. That the gates of Winterfell had not been opened to his column, save for one afternoon of barley bread and salt fish in a small hall. That Lord Stark's eyes had been on the writ the entire time the writ had been on the table, and not once on Allard Royne's face. That Lord Stark's son, the heir, had not been at table, by his mother's polite explanation of a small fever, which Allard Royne did not believe. That the road from Winterfell to the Wall in midwinter was a road he had ridden once before and remembered with no fondness, and that, since leaving Winterfell, his 40 cloaks had been 29. The 11 absentees had not died. They had simply, in a fashion long perfected by gold cloaks asked to perform an errand they did not understand for a reason they did not believe, melted away into the snow at the edges of the column. By the 4th day they were 11 cloaks and a story for some innkeeper down south. Allard Royne, who was not a stupid man, did not waste time looking for them. He had 29. He had the writ. He had his horse and his sword and his orders and the king's name after a fashion behind him. He would, when the wall of ice was in his sight, do the thing he had been sent to do. He rode north. He did not, on the road, formulate the grievance that would have most accurately summed the whole, which was that he had been asked to bring back the head of a young man whose head was, by every honest measure, attached to a body that had 3 dragons. He did not formulate it because no man at Casterly Rock and no man at the Red Keep had said the word dragons to him in any clear way before he left. He had been told there might be a wild animal kept by the bastard at the wall. He had been told there might be a bird, a snake, a wolf the size of a wolf, a thing the brothers of the Watch had been raising for sport. He had been told to bring back the head, regardless. He had taken the assignment because he was the kind of man who took assignments the Queen put on the table. He had thought, in the warm rooms of King's Landing, that he would manage it. At Castle Black, they prepared. Mormont, who had been a war captain for 40 years and had not been called upon in the last 20 to use the war captain in him, allowed the war captain back out for an afternoon. He set the disposition of the yard. He set the men. He set the angles. He told Donal Noy in the smith shop exactly how Donal Noy's 3 apprentices were to be standing when the gold cloaks rode in, and what each of them was to be holding, and which of them, Mormont named the boy by his hair, which was a color of red Mormont thought of when he thought of a particular instruction, was to drop his hammer in a particular way at a particular moment, so that Mormont, in turn, could say a particular thing to Captain Royne. He set Jon at the foot of the Maester's tower. He set Robb at the foot of the Lord Commander's tower. with gray wind on a chain that would not actually hold gray wind if gray wind decided otherwise. He set Sam on the steps of the Maester's tower, with the parchment roll already in his hand, looking, by Mormont's design, like nothing more important than a steward keeping a list. He set Q-Horan half-hand on the upper gallery of the armory, with 2 crossbows on a stand and not one. The second crossbow was for show. Q-Horan, who understood at once, said only, "Aye, Lord Commander." He set the dragons where the dragons were already, which was to say in Aemon's chamber and beneath it, in the postures the dragons had taken themselves. He did not give the dragons orders. He gave Jon orders. Jon would, at a particular moment Mormont and Aemon had agreed on, say a particular word and the dragons would come down. "Aye," Jon had said when Aemon had explained it. "You will say it loud, lad," Mormont had said. "Loud enough for 40 men to hear it, or 29. We do not know how many of them will still be horsed by the time they get to us. I will say it loud. Good, Lord Commander. Aye, if the captain calls for a man's life, he will. If he calls for it before the dragons come, he will not. He will read the writ. He will demand a search. He will ask after rumors. He will be polite about it because he is in my yard, and he is a captain of cloaks, and he is not, in his own bones, a fool. He will not call for a life before he has had his search. He will use the search to find a thing he can write down in a report. He will not, by the look of his commission, be authorized to take a brother of the watch by force without that thing. And if he is, then we will adjust." Jon nodded. He went to the Maester's tower. He sat with the dragons. Aemon, in his chair, did not speak for some hours. Sam, on the floor with his back against Aemon's bench, was writing something. Jon, who knew his Sam, did not ask what. The gold cloaks came in at the 2nd hour after noon on a Tuesday. They came in 2 files, 29 men, white horse breath, and the cloaks gone a darker yellow with the snow that had settled into the wool. Allard Royne rode at the head. He had had time in the last mile to compose his face. He wore the face well. He had been wearing the face of a captain of the city watch on a king's errand for some years, and he knew the angles of it. The yard at Castle Black had a great many things in it, and was, at the same time, very quiet. Mormont was on the 2nd step of the Lord Commander's tower, in the black he had not worn in some weeks. Donal Noy was at the smith shop. The smith shop's apprentices were arranged. Robb was at the foot of his step. The wolf at his heel was the wolf at his heel. Sam was on the steps of the Maester's tower with the parchment roll in his hands. Jon was at the foot of the Maester's tower in his black cloak with his hand on the pommel of his sword and his hood down. Allard Royne dismounted. He took out the writ. He approached Mormont. He bowed in the half-bow a captain of cloaks of the city watch made to a lord commander of the night's watch on the 2nd step of his tower. The half-bow was, in its lineage, a courteous half-bow. Allard Royne made it well. "Lord Commander, I am Allard Royne, of the city watch of King's Landing. I carry the king's writ. I am to investigate the rumor of unlawful beast-keeping at Castle Black, and if substantiated, to bring before the king for trial the brother of the watch known as Jon Snow." "May I read?" "You may," Mormont said. Allard Royne read. He read the writ aloud as a captain of cloaks read writs aloud in a king's matter. The writ was 3 sentences. The sentences were short. The captain finished. He held the writ for Mormont to see the seal. "Captain," Mormont said, "who pressed this seal?" "The seal? Who pressed it, Captain?" "The Master-at-Arms. By name." "I, Lord Commander, I do not." "You do not know who pressed the seal on the writ you have brought to my yard?" "It bears the king's seal, Lord Commander." "It bears a seal which bears on it the device of the king." "The press of a seal is a thing that requires a man, Captain. The man has a name. You will know the name before I will permit a search of this castle. We are particular at the wall about the men who press writs that come into our gates. Send a rider south. We will speak again when the rider returns. Lord Commander, Captain. I am the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. I am to be addressed as such. I am not to be interrupted as I explain to you the conditions of your standing in my yard. The rider goes south. You will eat in the hall while we wait. You and your men will be afforded the courtesy of the watch. You will not, in the meantime, search any structure of Castle Black. Allard Royne, who was, again, not a stupid man, knew when a war captain had decided to spend an hour on him for sport. He weighed the alternatives. The alternatives were to go to swords in a yard against a man whose disposition of his small force he had been admiring for the last several minutes, or to send a rider south, which would buy Mormont a fortnight, or to abandon the writ's formality and demand the bastard at sword point, which the writ did not, on its face, authorize him to do. He chose in the moment to demand the bastard. Lord Commander, he said, in the voice he used when he was about to do a thing he had not, an hour ago, intended to do. I withdraw my reading of the writ. I will, with respect, name my errand without it. I have come for Jon Snow, by the will of the king, by the order of the queen, by the warrant of the master-at-arms, whose name I will provide on my honor as a captain. I am to bring him south for questioning. If he is to be searched in the meantime, the search will be of his person, and not of any structure. May we have him? He had not, on his way north, thought through the difference between asking for a man's person and asking for the man's head. The crowd in the yard, in the bones of it, was a crowd that had heard the second instruction, even if the captain had spoken only the first. Allard Royne understood this. He did not let the understanding move his face. Mormont let him stand. Mormont, on the second step of the Lord Commander's tower, looked at the captain for one full breath and let him stand. The yard, in that breath, made the very small sound a yard makes when 9 cloaks have decided to wet themselves and have decided to do it without sound. Mormont said, "Brother Snow, come forward." Jon came forward. He did not, in his coming forward, hurry. He came forward the way a man at his own trial comes forward when the verdict is one he has already decided to live with. He stopped 2 paces from Mormont. He looked at the captain. The captain looked at him. Allard Royne, who had, in his life, taken in for questioning men of every kind, made the small, swift inventory of the man before him that a captain of cloaks made before a sword went the wrong way. He noted dark hair, gray eyes, 16 years, sword on the left hip, no shield, no helm, the black of the watch, the bearing of a Stark. He did not note the heat at the back of his own throat, which had not, on the road, been there. "Jon Snow," Mormont said, "Lord Commander. This captain has come from King's Landing. He has come for your person. He requires a search of it. Will you permit a search?" "I will, Lord Commander." "Will you permit it without resistance?" "I will, Lord Commander." "Aemon Targaryen." Mormont said, in the voice he used when he wanted Aemon to hear him from a great distance, "If you would." Aemon, on the top of the steps of the Maester's tower, lifted his hand. He said, in the high Valyrian no man in the yard but one had heard in any clear pronunciation in his lifetime, the 3 words he had given Jon many weeks ago and had practiced with him many nights since. The words were the descent call of a dragon to its rider, with the inflection appropriate to a public ceremony of presentation. The words had not been spoken aloud, in this part of the world, in 153 years. The yard at Castle Black, at the 2nd hour after noon on a Tuesday in late winter, became, briefly, a yard at which 3 dragons were arriving from 3 different directions. Velserys came down from the top of the Maester's tower. He came in the long, shallow slope, a young dragon of his color, and his patience came down, which was a slope a hawk would have approved of, and that a man, with no warning, would not. He landed on the cobbles 5 paces from Jon. He folded his wings. He did not, in the landing, make a sound. He stood. He turned his head toward the captain. His gray eyes did not blink. Erithos came in from the bell tower. He came at the speed Erithos preferred, which was the speed Erithos preferred for most arrivals. The bell of the bell tower, as his tail brushed it, rang once. The ringing was on the yard, a small dry shock of a sound, the sound of a clock striking when no man in the room had been looking at the clock. Erithos landed on the gable of the smith shop. The gable bowed and held. Erithos folded his wings. He breathed a thin line of fire at the sky for the pleasure of it. Donal Noy, in the doorway of his smith shop, did not move. Lysarion was on Sam Tarly's shoulder. He had been on Sam Tarly's shoulder for the last half hour. He had, by his own quiet design, blended into the wool of Sam's cloak in such a way that no man in the yard at this distance would, by his face, have been quite sure that the dark thing on the steward's shoulder was the dark thing it was. Lysarion, on the third word of Aemon's call, lifted himself off Sam's shoulder and flew slowly down to the cobbles and landed on the leather toe of Jon's boot. He sat. He turned his face up at the captain. He did not, in any sense the captain could have named, blink at all. The yard was very still. Mormont on his step did not, in the moment, smile, because Mormont was a Lord Commander and did not, in his yard, smile at the discomfort of even a Lannister man on a southern errand. He did, in his beard by a small fraction, fail to keep the smile out of his beard. Allard Royne stood for the length of 3 breaths. His face did the thing his face had been trained by his own ambition to keep his face from doing. He did not, in his belly, become incontinent. Allard Royne was made of sterner stuff than several of his men, and his men were in the cloaks behind him doing some of that work for him. He did, however, find that the next sentence he had intended to speak, the sentence in which he had been going to say, by the king's command, "I require you to surrender the prisoner," did not, when he reached for it, attach itself to any of his available tongues. He produced instead the word. "How?" Mormont answered him kindly. Mormont could afford to. "How is no business of yours, Captain. The relevant law is older than your captaincy, and the relevant decision is older than your king. These creatures are wards of the Night's Watch. They are wards by the same ancient pact that wards the wall. They are kept by the watch in trust against the dead. To remove one of them by force or by writ is to break the king's peace with the wall. The king's peace with the wall predates the king. I have it in 3 places in the great book in the Rookery, and I have it once in the charter of King Aegon the Conqueror. If you wish, Captain, to read it for yourself, you may. We will lend you a chair." Allard Royne did not, in the moment, wish a chair. He said after some seconds, "I shall return to King's Landing. I shall report what I have seen." "You shall," Mormont said. "You shall report the truth." "The truth? There are 3 dragons at Castle Black. They are wards of the Watch. They are bonded to a brother of the Watch. They will not be taken by writ, or by sword, or by trickery, or by any man's leave but the leave of the rider himself, which the rider does not today give. The king is welcome to hear all of this. Tell him." "I shall. You shall also tell him," Mormont said, "that the wall is, in the matter of the dead, a more pressing matter than the matter of a king's grief over a Targaryen, and that the rider of these dragons stands at the wall as a brother of the Watch, and not as a claimant to anything south of it. Tell him, Captain, that we will not bring war to the south. Tell him, Captain, that we will not, however, be brought war from the south either. Tell him." "I shall." "You shall further tell him that if a second writ comes north, the second writ will be read aloud also, and the seals of the second writ will be examined, and the man who pressed each of them will be named, and any irregularity of the second writ will be noted in the great book. And the second writ will, by my reading of the matter, be no more enforceable than the first. Tell him." "I shall, Lord Commander." "Mount up, Captain. Eat first if you wish. We will spare you what bread we can. The road south at this time of year is the road south. Take care, Lord Commander." He took care. Allard Royne mounted, ate nothing in the hall and rode out at the 3rd hour with the 18 of his 29 who had not, in the previous hour, decided to take the black. Of the 18, 15 reached King's Landing alive. The other 3 did not, in subsequent dispatches, appear anywhere in the realm. Allard Royne, in his report to Cersei, did not account for them. He did not know himself by the time he reached King's Landing where his 3 missing men had gone. He had drunk in 3 inns on the way south. He had not, in any of the 3 inns, slept well. The 11 cloaks who had melted off at the edge of Winterfell turned up, by 1s and 2s, in inns and crossroads and great houses across the north over the next 2 months. Most of them did not, by the time they were found, have any particular allegiance to King's Landing. 2 had taken the black. 1 had married a tavern keeper at Long Lake. 2 had ridden, in the end, all the way back to Winterfell and asked Lord Stark, very politely, if Lord Stark needed any spare swords in his guard. Lord Stark had taken them on without comment. The 8 cloaks who had stayed at Castle Black were given the option of taking the black. 6 took it. 2 did not. The 2 who did not, a man named Boys and a man named Wetton, both of whom had been in private conversation with each other on the road north, expressly directed by Cersei to deliver the warrant of the Queen even in the event that the captain failed, were not. By means of any process the brothers of the Watch found embarrassing afterwards, around the next morning, to take any further options. Erithos accepted their first attempt to slip into the Maester's tower with the patience of a dragon for an intrusion of mice. Velserys, on the second man, was less patient. Mormont did not, in his evening conversation with Aemon about the matter, ask for details. Aemon did not, in his evening conversation with Mormont, volunteer them. In a small private chamber on the lower deck of a long ship, whose name had been changed 3 times in 3 weeks for reasons her new owner did not, to her crew, fully explain. The silver-haired girl, who was no longer a girl, woke from a dream in which a young man in a black cloak had been standing in a snowy yard with 3 small dragons around him and 40 cloaked men frozen in the postures of the running away. Sir Jorah. Jorah was, by long habit, awake before her. "Your Grace, he has been seen. Your Grace, across the world, he has been seen by a captain of the Watch of King's Landing. The captain rode north. The captain saw. The captain rode south. The story will reach King's Landing in a fortnight. The story will reach my brother in Pentos in 3 weeks if Viserys is still alive, which I doubt. The story will reach the Iron Bank in 6. The story will reach me in 7 unless I make it sooner." "Your Grace, how do you know?" "I dreamed it, Jorah. The dream is not a guess. The dream is true." Jorah, who had spent a long career in the company of Targaryen women, did not, on this occasion, argue. He said only, "Then we must move faster. We must." "To where, Your Grace?" She thought about it. She thought, in the way she had begun to think since the Pyre, in 3 lengths at once, with the girl she had been, with the queen she would have to become, and with the third thing in her, that was the dragon. The girl wanted to find the young man in the cloak. The queen wanted a fleet. The dragon wanted, in a sentence Jorah could not in any sense have parsed if she had said it aloud, the road home. "A stapper first," she said. "We must have an army before we sail. The fleet is half the matter. The army is the other half. We will go to a stapper. A stapper sells slaves. A stapper will sell us its army. And then we will buy other things, with other coins. Send to Illyrio, send to Magister Daxos in Karth, send to the captain of this ship. Send to anyone who has, on the back of a coin he has saved, a Targaryen face. Tell them we are sailing west. Your Grace." And Jorah, "Your Grace, find me a Maester. Find me a man who can read the stars and a man who can read the cards and a man who can read the bones. I will not, until I have stood beside him, stop dreaming of him in this cabin. I should like to know more about him before I do. Your Grace, I am not asking you to like it, Jorah. I am asking you to find me the men, find them. I shall, Your Grace. She lay back in the hammock. She did not, for some time, sleep. She thought in the dark of a young man at a wall of ice with 3 dragons of his own. She thought of the small one, the violet one, with the deliberate eye. She thought of how the violet one had looked at the captain of the cloaks. She thought of how she might, in time, look at her own captains in the same way, and whether she should learn how. The ship moved beneath her. The water did not say anything. The dragons in the cabin at the prow slept. Chapter 7. Visions across the world. It is the privilege of this account, every so often, to step back from the running of the road, and to remind the reader that the world we are walking in is not a flat one. It has, on this particular evening of the year of grace 298 after Aegon's conquest, 2 centers, 2 places where the world is more than ordinarily real, which is to say 2 places where the future of the world is, for a while, more in attendance than usual. One of those centers is in a small bed in a great cold castle in the north of a great cold continent, and is occupied by a 10-year-old boy who cannot, anymore, feel his legs. The other is in any of a series of locations the silver-haired woman has been recently passing through, and is at present, in the moment we are about to enter, the cabin of a long ship off the coast of Slaver's Bay. The third center, for there is, of course, a third, the geometry of these things being what it is in a tower on a wall of ice at the north end of the continent, where a young man whom we have come to know rather well is, at this hour, asleep in his cot with 3 small dragons arranged across his body in the postures the 3 small dragons have agreed upon over several weeks of trial. We have been telling, until now, 2 stories at once. We are about, for the length of this chapter, to tell one. Bran Stark was, in the strict accounting of the Maesters, 10 years old. By the slightly looser accounting of the world, he had been 10 years old for the last 11 months, and he was to be 10 years old for another month yet, which made him the youngest person whose name we have, so far, set down in this account. He was the second son of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully. He had, in the previous summer, fallen from a tower at Winterfell and broken his back and lost the use of his legs. He was, in the small bed his mother had moved into the round chamber at the foot of the stair, the kind of boy who had been, in the first 3 years of his life, very loud, and in the next 3 years very brave, and in the last 3 years very quiet. He had been told by Maester Luwin that he would never walk again. He had been told by old Nan that he would, in the way old people of long memory tell young people of long suffering, fly. He had begun to wonder in the last fortnight whether both Maester Luwin and old Nan might, at the same time, have been right. He had begun to wonder because, in the last fortnight, he had been having dreams in which he could feel everything and in which, in particular, he could feel a thread. The thread ran through him. It ran from a certain place in the north of Westeros, through his bed, and out across the sea to the east. It ran in 2 directions at once. He had not, at first, been able to describe it to himself. He had described it, finally, as a thread, because the thread was the closest thing his 10 years had had to a word for it. It was not, of course, a thread. It was a current. It was a road. It was the long line between 2 living things that the gods, if any of them were paying attention, had braided into each other through a small 10-year-old boy in Winterfell whom the gods, very probably, had not bothered to ask. He was, on the evening in question, lying on his back. Maester Luwin had been with him until the 2nd hour after supper and had then gone to his books. Catelyn had been with him for the half-hour after that, and had then gone to Little Rickon. The fire was banked. Summer, his direwolf, who had grown over the last year to the size of a small pony, was on the floor at the foot of the bed in the posture Summer preferred, which was to say curled up and watching. The window was shuttered. There was no candle. The shadows on the ceiling were the shadows the small bed of coals threw, which was a set of shadows Bran had memorized in the last 6 months and had long since stopped looking at. He closed his eyes. He did not exactly sleep. He let himself, instead, do the thing he had begun to do in the last fortnight on evenings when he was not too tired and not too sad and not too watched. He let himself sink into the bed and through the bed and into the stone beneath the bed, and through the stone and into the older stone beneath that, and through the older stone and into the colder stone beneath that, and at last into the long quiet beneath all the stones of Winterfell that ran out and away and east and north and south, the long quiet that was the underside of the country, the side a Maester could not, by any book, see. He let himself, in that quiet, find the thread. The thread was bright tonight. The thread had been brightening for some weeks. The thread tonight was so bright that Bran did not have to reach for it. It reached for him. It found his shoulder. It set a finger of light along his collarbone. It pulled him along itself. He went. He arrived first in a place he did not know. It was a beach. It was hot. He could feel the heat. He could feel the sand under his back, which was a feeling he had not had in 15 months and which he received now as a great quiet gift. He sat up. He could feel his legs. He did not, in the place his body was, have his legs. He understood this without having to think about it, the way one understands in a dream the rules of the dream. He had his legs here. He had his legs in this place because this place was a place his legs had not, in the present time, decided not to work in. He moved them experimentally. They moved. He smiled. The smile was the smile of a boy who had been carrying a thing for 15 months and had been permitted, for the length of a dream, to set it down. The sun overhead was a sun he did not know. He looked up and down the beach. The beach was empty. The water came up the sand in long, slow tongues that did not match any tide he had read of in any of Maester Luwin's books. He realized, in the calm way he had begun to realize things in the underside of the country, that he was not yet anywhere in particular. He was in a place between two places. He was at the place where the thread set down a foot before it crossed. He waited. The thread brightened. The thread pulled. He went. He arrived in the cabin of a long ship. He understood, again without having to think about it, that he had arrived in a place a woman was currently sleeping in. He understood that the woman was the silver-haired woman of all his recent dreams. He understood that he was not, in this place, visible to her. He was only there to bridge her. The woman was in a hammock. Her 3 dragons were in the cabin at the prow of the ship. The dragons were not, in this scene, central. The woman was central. She was asleep on her right side. Her silver hair was over her shoulder. The torn dress she had worn in the previous dream was now a long white linen shift Bran's mother would have called modest if his mother had been in a mood to say anything about it. The woman's face, in sleep, was a young woman's face. She was not much older than Robb. Bran sat at the foot of her hammock. The hammock did not, in any way the ship would have credited, move with his weight because Bran did not, in the strict accounting of the ship, weigh anything. He set, very gently, a hand on her ankle through the linen. He said in his own 10-year-old voice, "Come." She did not, at first, do anything. He waited. He had learned in the last fortnight that the bridging was not a thing one could rush. The bridging was a thing that came when the 2 halves of it were ready and not before. The woman's breath changed. Her eyes did not open. Her face did not change. The thread, the long bright line that Bran had been holding, lit up between her sternum and the place above her left shoulder where her dragon blood was strongest, and the line lifted her, not her body, but the part of her that was the dragon blood, and folded it gently into the line and pulled her along it the way the line had pulled him. She left the hammock. Her body stayed in the hammock. Her dragons in the cabin at the prow did not wake. Bran turned his head and watched her go. He watched her go along the line until the line went out of the cabin, and then he turned his attention along the line and let himself follow. The line crossed the world. The line crossed it not the way a bird crosses a country and not the way a ship crosses a sea, but the way a length of thought crosses, in the second between thinking, the inside of a head. The crossing did not take time. It also took, in the way a length of thought takes time in the body of a man holding the thought, a very long time. Bran, who had been 10 years old for 11 months, would remember this crossing, when he was an old man of green-seeing in a cave full of roots in the years to come, as the first long road he had ever in any sense walked. The line set them down in a tower on a wall of ice. It was Aemon's tower. It was the high room at the top of it, where the candle on the table burned and where the Maester slept on a small bed in the corner, and where the 3 dragons, on this particular night, were arranged across the body of a young man on a cot by the window. The young man was Jon Snow. The young man was asleep. The young man was, in the same way as the silver-haired woman in her hammock, only half asleep, because Bran had pulled at the bright line of him for the last quarter hour, and Jon had begun, in his sleep, to come up along the thread the way a fish comes up along a quiet hook. Bran sat at the foot of Jon's cot. He looked at his brother, his cousin, though he did not yet know to say cousin, and at the 3 small creatures across his brother's body. Velserys was along Jon's left side, his head on Jon's shoulder. Erithos was curled along Jon's chest with his tail across Jon's right hand. Lysarion was on the pillow beside Jon's head with his violet face an inch from Jon's ear. Bran, who had read of dragons in 7 of Maester Luwin's books and had heard of dragons in 21 of Old Nan's stories, did not, in any of those books or stories, recall a description of dragons asleep on a young man's body. He smiled. The smile was, this time, the smile of a boy who had been told by good books that the world contained certain things, and who had now seen by his own quiet green sight a thing the good books had failed to mention. He said in his own voice, "Jon." Jon's eyes opened. They did not open in the way eyes open in a waking room. They opened in the way eyes open in a dream that has begun to know it is a dream. He looked at Bran. He did not, at first, look surprised. He took in his brother in the way Jon Snow took in most things, which was to say with the small, steady care of a man who has been called by his name from a place he had not known a man could call him from. "Bran." "You are not, you should not. I am dreaming. You are dreaming. The Maester is asleep. The dragons are asleep. I am here because I made the thread. The thread is mine." "What thread?" "You will see." He turned. The silver-haired woman was at the foot of Aemon's bed, sitting on the bare flagstones as if she had been sitting there a long time. Her white linen shift in this room was the shift she had been wearing in the cabin. The cold of the tower did not, on her, do anything. Her bare feet did not feel the stones. Her hair was the color Bran had been told it was the color of. Jon looked at her. She looked at Jon. They did not, for a long span, say anything to each other. Bran sat on the foot of the cot and let them not say it. He understood in the dream that this was the work he had been brought to do. The work was not to make them speak. The work was to let them be in the same room. They were in the same room. It was Jon who spoke first. He did not, when he spoke, do it loudly. He did not, when he spoke, get out of the cot. He turned his head with care for the 3 creatures across him, and he said, in the voice he had been speaking with for most of his recent life, I have dreamed of you for months. I have dreamed of you for months. You are real. I am real. You are real. You are on a ship. I am on a ship. You are at the wall. I am at the wall. What is your name, Jon Snow? You are not. I am Jon Snow. I have been Jon Snow for 16 years. I will be Jon Snow tomorrow. She thought about this in the way the woman in the linen shift thought about things, which was to think about them with her face entirely composed, and her shoulders quite still, and the part of her behind both that was the dragon turning over the matter in the way a great cat turns over a question. That is well, she said eventually. I will not ask you to be anyone else. I am Daenerys of the House Targaryen, the Stormborn, the mother of dragons, the unburnt. I am the blood of the dragon. I am the rightful queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, the lady of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. That is my title. It is also my name. It is many names. I am all of them. Tomorrow I will be all of them. Tomorrow I will also, by your example, be Daenerys. That is the part of me that has been writing to you in dreams. That is the part I am going to bring to you in person. Jon was quiet a long moment. That is a great many titles, he said. It is. Mine is only the one. Mine were given to me by men. Yours was given to you by your father. I think your one is heavier than my many. Jon, in the dream, did not, in any of the senses of the word the books of Westeros had set down, blush. He did, in any of the senses the underside of the world had set down, lower his eyes. You have 3 dragons, Daenerys said. I have 3 dragons. Tell me their names. Velserys, Erithos, Lysarion. Those are dragon names. You named them well. They named themselves. I listened. She thought about that too. It was not, she would think later, the kind of thing an ordinary man of Westeros would have said. It was, however, the kind of thing the man who had named his 3 dragons that way would say. She took it. Mine are called Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, she said. I named them. I did not, perhaps, listen well enough. I named them for my husband and my brothers. It is what was given to me. I will not change the names. The names are the names of the dragons now. They are good names. They are names. Their dragons will outlive the men. She did not say more about her husband or her brothers or what had become of either. Jon did not ask. You are coming to me, Jon said. I am coming to Westeros. I am coming to my house's seat. I am coming in time to you. I do not know when. I do not know how. I know I am coming. There is a king on the Iron Throne. There is. He has not loved a Targaryen in 17 years. He has not. He is not a worry. He will not last the year. Why? Because I have dreamed it. Because you have dreamed it, if you have looked. Because he is a man whose body has finished asking him to live in it some time ago. Because there are 7 men in his realm who have, this week, decided that the realm is about to change, and not one of them has decided in his favor. Because Jon, because you and I are alive. He will not last the year. I will not on the year's last day mourn him. Should I would not. He was my father's friend. He was. He was also the man who would have killed you in your crib if my father had not, by the time he reached you, been dead. The choice your father made on the day he brought you home from a tower in Dorne was the choice that has put us in this room tonight. Honor your father. Do not lay any flowers at the king's bier when the time comes. Honor your father. That is enough. Jon nodded once. He did not, for some moments, find any other words. The dragons across his body did not move. Velserys' gray eyes had opened. Velserys was watching Daenerys with the slow, steady attention of a creature who had, in the way creatures of his kind did, recognized in another creature of his kind a member of the larger family. Drogon, in the cabin of the ship across the world, opened his black eyes at the same moment. He did not see Velserys in any sense the Maesters would have allowed for. He saw Velserys in the sense the dragons saw each other, which was a sense the Maesters had not yet, in any of their books, made room for. He breathed out a small black breath. The cabin took the breath. The cabin smelled for a moment of a thing only dragons smell. Daenerys in her sleep caught it. She did not wake. Bran, on the foot of the cot, said after a long time, "I have to take her back." "Bran," Jon said, "will I see her again?" "You will see her again. In dreams, until you do not need the dreams. Then in life. The thread will hold." "Bran." "Aye, brother. How long have you been able to do this?" Bran thought about it. He had not, in his 10 years and 11 months, been asked that question quite that way before. He had been asked many questions, but most of them had been about whether he was warm enough or whether he had eaten or whether his back hurt today. "Since you hatched them," he said. "I dreamed of you the night they came out of the eggs. I dreamed of her. I dreamed of the line between you. I have been growing into the line since then. It is the work I have to do, brother. I am to do this work. There is a man who will in time find me and teach me to do more of it. I do not know who he is yet. I know he will come. Does Father know? Father knows I dream. Father does not know what I dream. Mother does not. Maester Lewin does not. I have not told them. I will tell them when the time is right. I do not know when that is. I know I will know. I, Bran, brother, I am glad you are not alone." Jon looked at him. He looked at the silver-haired woman on the flagstones at the foot of Aemon's bed. He looked at the 3 dragons across his body. He looked at his 10-year-old brother, his cousin, on the foot of the cot, who had in his own quiet way been doing the work of bringing them all together for months, and had not in those months told a soul. "I am glad too, Bran." Daenerys on the flagstone stood. She crossed the room. She did not, in her crossing, touch any of the floor that was, in the strict accounting of the night, between her bare feet and the cot. She stopped beside the cot. She bent. She kissed Jon very gently on the forehead. It was the kiss of a woman who had been told, by every old dream of her childhood, that she had a brother she had never met, and who had, in the long, undirected loneliness of her years in Pentos and on the Dothraki Sea, made of that imagined brother every kind of brother. It was the kiss of a woman who had set, in the cabin of the ship that was about to take her west, the imagined brother down. It was the kiss of a woman who had decided in the same hour that the man in the cot in front of her was not the imagined brother, and was, instead, the actual brother, and was, separately, a man. Jon, in the cot, did not move. The 3 dragons across his body did not move. Velseris's gray eyes had not moved. Erithos, who would, in a waking room, have hissed at this development, did not, in this room, hiss. Lysarion, on the pillow beside Jon's ear, had been watching the silver-haired woman for the last several minutes and watched her now, in the violet way Lysarion watched things he had decided to permit. She straightened. She looked at Jon. "I will see you in your bed again," she said. "I will see you on a beach. I will see you in time in the road. I will see you in person. Will you wait?" "Aye," Jon said. "That is well. Sleep. I will not be in the next dream for some days. I will be in another one in a week. Sleep until then." She turned to Bran. "Take me back," she said. "I, my queen." She smiled at him. It was the smile a young queen used on a young brother of a man she had decided she would keep. It was a smile that did not, by any of Sam Tarly's books, exist before this night. Bran would, in years to come, draw it from memory 3 times. He took her back. In the cabin of the long ship, Daenerys Targaryen turned in her hammock. She did not wake. She put her hand against her own forehead, in the moment of turning, with the unconsidered gesture of a woman who has been kissed there and is, in her sleep, noting it. In the round chamber at the foot of the stair at Winterfell, Bran Stark opened his eyes. The fire was banked. The shadows were the shadows. Summer was on the floor at the foot of the bed. Bran could not feel his legs. He had expected this. He had had his legs on the beach. He had had his legs in the cabin. He had had his legs in Aemon's tower. He had not, on his return to his own bed, expected to bring them back with him. He had not. The bringing back was not, by the laws of the undercountry, a thing the thread could do. He smiled. He let the smile sit on his face for some time in the dark where no one would see it. "Summer," he said. The direwolf lifted his head. "We are going to be very busy," Bran said. "I think we should sleep." Summer put his head back down. In Aemon's tower, Jon Snow lay in his cot for some hours and did not, after Bran's leaving, fall back asleep until the bell rang for the change of watch. He turned his face to the window. The window was the window. The shutter was the shutter. The wall outside the window was the wall. Viserys was watching him. He set his hand on the pale dragon's head. "Viserys," he said, very softly in the language of the language. "Did you see her?" The pale dragon's gray eyes did not blink. The pale dragon did, after a moment, push his head harder into Jon's hand, in the way Viserys did when Viserys had no other answer. Jon lay there. Aemon, on the small bed in the corner, was not in fact asleep. Aemon had not been asleep for any of the dream. Aemon had been doing, in his nightly habit, the thing the Maester did at this hour, which was to lie quite still and listen to whatever the night was prepared this night to tell him. The night tonight had told him a great deal. He let it sit. After a while he said, "Jon Snow, Maester." "6 heads, 6 heads, Maester. The long night cannot stand against 6. No, Maester, sleep." "Aye, Maester." "It is, perhaps, the place for a small editorial intrusion. We have spent a long chapter on a thing that happened in one night and required, in the strict accounting of the bodies involved, no movement at all. The reader will, perhaps, forgive the indulgence. We are getting closer, by chapters, to the part of the road where the bodies do begin to move. We have wanted, before we begin that part, to give the reader the sight of 3 people in a room, not because the room is part of the road, but because the road is, in the end, the road from this room. It is the road we will, from this point on, return to. The girl in the hammock, in a week, will reach a stapper. The boy in the bed, in a week, will sit a saddle on a pale dragon for the first time and lift. Alongside 2 brothers and an old Maester and a fat steward and a wolf-eyed brother freshly arrived from Winterfell, into a winter sky he has not, in any of his life, seen from above. The boy in the bed at Winterfell in a week will have made of the thread the small, bright, permanent thing it was always going to become. The king on the Iron Throne in a week will be 1 week closer to not finishing the year. Tonight, in 3 rooms, 3 children of 3 houses sleep. Chapter 8. The first flight the saddle was Aemon's design and Sam's hands. Aemon had designed the saddle in the way. Aemon designed most things at his age, which was to say in long sessions of dictation at his table, with Sam's quill scratching. And with the design getting better, each time Aemon went back over it, because Aemon's memory of the saddles his great-grandfather had described to him was the kind of memory that improved with rehearsal. The saddle, by the 3rd draft, was a thing of 3 parts. A chest strap that ran behind Viserys's forelimbs and did not, on tightening, restrict the muscles of his shoulders. A rear strap that crossed his hindquarters and did not lie on the wing base. And a seat, a short piece of cured deer hide stretched over a frame of wall iron. That sat between the wing bases like a horse saddle inverted, and would, by the cut of it, except a man's thighs in the angle the man's thighs would, in flight, find them. Donal Noy made the frame. Donal Noy did not, in the making, ask why. Donal Noy had been a smith for 38 years and had not, in any of them, made an iron frame in this shape before. He made it. He did not ask. When Mormont had come to him with the design on Sam's parchment, Donal Noy had read it, scratched his beard with the hook he wore in place of his right arm, said, "Aye, Lord Commander," and had set to. The frame was finished on a high day. The leather was finished on the high day after. The saddle was assembled in Aemon's chamber on the next Tuesday after that, with Aemon at the bench and Sam at the bench, and Jon at the bench and Velserys, by his own design, on top of the bench. The dragon had grown. He had grown in the month since the night on the ruined keep, from the size of a wolfhound to the size of a draft horse, and had not, in his growing, lost any of the proportion of his bones. He filled Aemon's chamber, which Aemon's chamber had not been built to hold. The chamber's doorway was, by his shoulders, no longer a doorway he could pass through. He had been sleeping, by his own choice and Mormont's permission, on the lower roof of the Maester's tower for the last fortnight. The lower roof had been reinforced for the purpose. The reinforcement had not, to date, been needed. Erithos had grown faster. Erithos was, by the same date, half again the size of Velserys, and his temper had not improved with the size. Mormont had assigned Erithos to the ruin of Stone Door at night, and to a hidden gully beyond the gate by day. Erithos accepted these assignments with the small daily grace of a creature who knew, in his way, that he was being managed for the larger work and would have his day. Lysarion did as Lysarion did. Lysarion was the size of a yearling deer and had not grown noticeably in the last month, although Aemon and Sam, on careful comparison of measurements taken with Aemon's longest piece of waxed string, had decided that Lysarion was growing in directions Erithos and Velserys were not. His wing membrane, at full extension, was a third again as wide as his body's length. He flew, by Aemon's old reading, the way the dragons of the deep had flown, in the songs no one any longer sang. The first flight was set for the second night of the new moon. Mormont had been firm on this. New moon and not full. New moon for the dark, dark for the secrecy. The wall would not, on a new moon night, have any kind of audience that mattered. The men of the watch would be on the watches they were always on. No man of the watch had, in any record, been on the upper galleries of Castle Black on a new moon night looking up for a flying thing. He had also, after some thinking, decided that the first flight would not, in the strict accounting of the matter, be the first flight. It would be the second. The first flight, for the rider's sake, would be made in a courtyard. It would be made over a height of perhaps 3 yards. It would be made for a duration of 3 breaths. It would be made with the express purpose of letting the rider know what the seat felt like on the back of the dragon, and what the dragon felt like beneath the seat, when the dragon's feet were not on the ground. The proper first flight, which the Maester's books described as the long high lift over the wall, would be the second. The second would have its place in the chronicles. The first would, by the Lord Commander's order, not be remembered by any man who had not been in the lower courtyard at the new moon. Aemon approved. The lower courtyard at the new moon at the second hour after midnight was, by Mormont's design, a courtyard with 1 torch and 4 men in it. The 4 men were Mormont on the steps of the Lord Commander's tower, Aemon in his chair which Sam had carried down from the Maester's tower at the second hour, Sam himself by Aemon's side with the parchment troll and the ink pot, and Robb Stark with Grey Wind on the cobbles by the smith shop. In the cloak Catelyn had stitched him at 12, and Robb had refused to give up at 18. The 5th man and the dragon were on the lower roof of the Maester's tower. Jon, in the dark, set the chest strap. Velserys lifted his foreleg, the way Velserys had been taught in the previous fortnight, so that Jon could pass the strap behind. Jon tightened. He set the rear strap. Velserys, by long habit at this stage, lifted his tail. Jon set the seat. He set the frame against the dragon's spine in the angle he had been told to set it. He climbed the small iron stair Donal Noy had welded to the side of the lower roof for this purpose. He took in his hand the pommel. He set his thighs. He set his weight. He did not, in the setting, say anything aloud. He did not need to. He said, in the language Velserys knew best, the language of the language. Now, Velserys did the thing dragons did, which was to drop. A dragon, when a dragon launches from a height, does not lift from a height. A dragon falls from the height for the length of a heartbeat, and then turns the fall into flight by the action of his wings. Aemon had explained this to Jon 5 times. The 5th time Jon had understood. He understood it now. Velserys dropped 4 yards into the lower courtyard, and at the bottom of the 4 yards his wings struck the air, and they did not go down anymore. They went, instead, 6 feet above the ground in a low, slow circuit of the lower courtyard, the circle of which had been laid out by Mormont in the previous evening with chalk on the cobbles so that Jon would, on his first pass, have a thing to look at on the ground. He looked at the chalk. The chalk passed under him in the way roads pass under horses, which is to say, in a manner the body credits before the mind. He banked. Velserys banked under him. He banked the way Velserys had been banking in the vault, which was to say, with the long, smooth roll of a creature who had not, in his life so far, found a reason to bank quickly. The roll of his banking was, in the saddle, a thing Jon's thighs took in and gave back as a small adjustment of weight. He had in 2 passes the saddle. Velserys came down. He came down at the foot of the lower courtyard, on the cobbles, in the place Aemon's chalk had marked for him. The cobbles, by the design of Donal Noy, had been reset 2 weeks ago to take the weight of a landing dragon. The cobbles took it. Mormont on the step did not, in the courtyard, applaud. He nodded once. Aemon in the chair said very softly, "Aye." Sam wrote. Robb, by the smith shop, smiled. The proper first flight came on the 3rd night of the new moon. It came after a long and irritable supper, which had been long because Jon was not, on the day of his first proper flight, hungry and irritable because Erithos had been irritable all day at being left behind for the first flight in the lower courtyard, and was making, at intervals, his irritability known by setting small fires on the lower roof and putting them out by sitting on them. Erithos had been promised, by Aemon's most patient teaching, that he would fly with his brother tonight. Erithos, by the 2nd hour of the evening, had decided to believe the promise. Erithos had, by the 3rd hour, set fire to a third of Aemon's worst chair, on which Aemon had been preparing to sit for some hours. "Lord Commander," Aemon said, "we will, I think, set out." They set out at the 2nd hour after midnight. Jon took the saddle. He took, this time, his sword on his back. The bracers Donal Noy had hammered him over the last 2 weeks, and the long cloak Aemon had had Catelyn's old Winterfell weaver send up by a man who was paid for not asking. He did not take a helm. Aemon had advised against. A man without a helm in the saddle of a dragon, Jon Snow, is a man with a face the dragon can see. The dragon will in time learn the face. The face will in time learn the dragon. The helm is for armies. We are not yet an army. Velserys lifted. He lifted from the lower roof of the Maester's tower in the same drop-hand turn he had used in the courtyard. He did not, this time, bank into a small circle. He banked into the long, upward bank of a dragon that has finally been given the air. The lower roof passed beneath. The middle roof passed beneath. The high roof passed beneath. And beyond the high roof, the upper gallery, on which Q Horan Halfhand stood in the dark, alone, the way the Lord Commander had told him to stand and not asked him to keep records. Because Q Horan Halfhand was a man who kept records better than any Maester and did not need a parchment to do it. Velserys cleared the high gallery. He cleared, in 2 long beats of his wings, the top of the Lord Commander's tower. The Lord Commander, on the steps below, watched a pale shape against the new moon darkness pass over his head and out of the boundary of the castle. He watched it the way a man watches a thing he did not expect, in his 60 years on the earth, to see. and watched it without any particular sound in his throat, because the sound a man would have wanted to make in the moment would not, in the moment, have done. Erithos lifted from Stone Door and joined Velserys at the top of the wall. The wall was 300 feet of ice. It was 300 feet of ice that had been built by the gods of the first men, or by the giants of the haunted forest, or by the hands of Brandon the builder, depending on which of the long books one read, 8,000 years before, in the long darkness, against the long enemy. It was 300 feet of ice that no living dragon had, in any chronicle Aemon Targaryen had read, flown over. It was 300 feet of ice from the top of which one could, on a clear night, see the haunted forest on one side and the New Gift on the other, and on the New Gift side, the small flat plain on which Castle Black sat, the size of a child's toy at the foot of the ice. Velserys, with Jon on his back, lifted over the top of it. He lifted to the top, 300 feet, and then 40 feet above the top, and then 100, and then 200, and then 500, in the long, slow climb of a dragon who has been waiting for his sky and has, at last, been allowed to take it. The cold of the air at 500 feet would, for any man not on Velserys' back, have been the cold of a death by freezing in some minutes. Jon did not feel any cold. The heat in his throat lifted by a degree. It had been lifting by degrees all night and was, now, the small steady warmth of a banked oven in the ribcage. Erithos came up beside him. Erithos was, in the rising, more graceful than he had been at any time in his life. The growing into largeness had on him the effect that growing into largeness had on some young men who had been clumsy in their adolescence, which was to say that he became, on becoming larger, more himself. He flew at Velserys' right wing tip. He did not, on the rising, breathe any fire. He had not had to. Lysarion was nowhere they could see him. Jon understood, by the steady heat in his throat that was Lysarion-shaped, that Lysarion was about 300 yards above and astern. Lysarion had decided to fly above the rest of them tonight, which was the position from which Lysarion preferred to see things he did not yet understand. He would, when the rest of them descended, descend in his own time. He had not yet, in any of their training, lost any of them in his head. The land beneath them was a country. It was the New Gift in the dark. It was the long, pale ribbon of the wall behind them. It was, far ahead, the shape of the haunted forest. It was, to the left, the dim flat of the wall's western length. It was, to the right, the dim flat of the wall's eastern length. It was, beneath all of it, the small dim points of light at Castle Black, the upper torches at Eastwatch 60 leagues to the east, the upper torches at the Shadow Tower 60 leagues to the west. It was a country. Jon, in the saddle, did not, for some minutes, think any sentence. He thought after some minutes the sentence. I am over the wall. He thought after some more minutes the sentence. There is no man at Castle Black who has, in his life, been over the wall. He thought after that the sentence. There are 6 men in the world who can be in this position. I am one of the 6. The other 5 are in places I will, in time, learn the names of. He banked Velserys. Velserys banked. They came back over the wall and began the long, shallow descent that Aemon had instructed Jon to begin no later than the 8th minute of the flight. The 8th minute was the 8th minute because, by Aemon's reckoning, the heat of the rider and the dragon would, in the 8th minute, have begun to draw a small kind of attention from the cold of the air around them. The kind of attention that, by Aemon's reading of his great-grandfather's papers, the dragons of the long ago had once been told to avoid. Aemon had not been able to explain to Jon what the attention was. Aemon had only said, "Come down at the 8th minute." Jon had said aye. He came down at the 8th minute. Velserys landed on the lower roof of the Maester's tower in the same slow gather of his wings he had landed in the courtyard with. The roof took him. He folded. He turned his pale head in the dark and looked at Jon in the saddle. Jon set his hand on the pale dragon's neck. He said, in the language, "Good." Velserys did not, in any visible way, blink. The pale dragon did, after a moment, push his head harder back into Jon's leg, in the way Velserys pushed his head into things he had decided were his. Erythos came down on Stone Door by his own choice, and did not, that night, come to the Maester's tower because Erythos had in the air the part of the flight he had wanted to have. Lysarion came down at the foot of the lower courtyard with a hair in his mouth, which he set down at Aemon's feet, and which Aemon thanked him for, and which Sam, in the morning, cooked. Aemon was waiting in his chamber. Jon, when he came in, did not say anything. Aemon, in his chair, did not require him to. Mormont, on the bench, did. Mormont, who had been not entirely sober for the previous hour for reasons Mormont did not entirely apologize for, said, "Lad, Lord Commander, you have done a thing tonight that I am too old a man to find anything sensible to say about. I, Lord Commander, I will say two not sensible things. The first is that I am, on this night and on this watch, more proud of you than I am of any of my own sons, of whom I have one, who is in exile in Ib for crimes that are his and not the Watch's. The second is that I am tired and going to bed, and that you are tired and going to bed, and that we will speak of the rest of the great matter in the morning. I, Lord Commander, Maester, I, Lord Commander, you also. I, Lord Commander." Mormont went. Sam, who was not tired, did not go. Sam, in the corner, wrote for the next 3 hours. Robb, who had been on the cobbles by the smith shop, came up the stair without being called and sat at the foot of the cot Jon had not yet got into. He did not say anything for some minutes either. He looked at Jon. He laughed once. The laugh was, this time, neither shocked nor startled. It was the laugh of a brother who had just seen his brother do a thing he had, in his life, decided his brother would one day do. "I will not say a poem about it, Jon." "Good. I have been writing one anyway in my head. I will not say it. I am writing it because the writing has been a thing my head wants to do tonight. I will not say it." "Good, Robb, brother. Have you decided what to do when the king sends the next?" "The king will not send the next." "You are sure?" "I am sure." "Why?" "Because the king will not last the year." Robb did not, at first, answer to that. He looked at Jon. He had not until tonight in any of his 18 years heard his half-brother say a sentence with that kind of weight in it. Robb said after a moment. "You may be right. Daenerys says so. Daenerys." "You have spoken to her, in a way, brother." "That is, it is." "You have not slept with her." "Robb, stop. I am asking." "Robb, stop, brother, stop. We have not even touched. There has been one kiss. It was on the brow." "I was not awake for it. I am not in this matter anything you are imagining. I am asleep when I see her. She is asleep when she sees me. We talk. We have talked perhaps 3 times in any clear way. We are not that. We are something else." "What?" "I do not know yet." "Good," Robb said, and laughed again, the easy laugh of a brother who has stopped a thing and got the right answer in the stopping. "Good. Let it be what it will be. Brother, you have flown over the wall tonight. Be all of one thing at a time." In King's Landing, a fortnight later, the king did not last the morning of the message. He did not, in the strict accounting of the matter, die in the morning. He did not die for another 7 months. He did in the morning of the message, in which Allard Royne, recovered from his road south, presented in person to the king the report of 3 dragons at the wall in the keeping of a brother of the night's watch, drink at a pace, and shout at a pace, and break in his bedchamber a pace of furniture, that the Maesters of the keep would, in the chronicles, retrospectively determine to have been the pace of his last 7 months. He sent no second writ. He did not, on Varys's recommendation, send a second writ. He did not, on Cersei's quiet recommendation, send an army. He did, by Cersei's quiet recommendation, send a third party, a single man dressed in no livery, with a small knife and a small purse and a small set of orders that he was, by no man at any door, to be permitted to carry. The man was killed at the inn at the Twins by a Frey ostler who had been paid to be looking for him by a man who had been paid by another man who had been paid by Tywin Lannister. Tywin, in the same fortnight, did not send any man north. Tywin sent, instead, 3 letters east. The letters went to Volantes, to Pentos, and to a private home in Lies. The letters requested old services. Tywin's old services in the cities of the east were on the whole more reliable than the king's gold cloaks. The realm in the same fortnight did not, by any visible motion, change. The realm in the same fortnight, by every invisible motion, changed. Robb did not, in the end, leave Castle Black. He had been intending to leave at the end of his 2nd week. He had stayed his 2nd week. He had stayed his 3rd because Mormont had asked him to stay his 3rd. He had stayed his 4th because Aemon had asked him to stay his 4th. He had stayed his 5th because Jon had not asked him, in any words, to leave. He sent a raven to his father in the 6th week. The raven said, "I will stay until the dead come. I cannot, in honor, leave him in the months in which the dead are coming. Tell mother I am well. Tell Sansa I am sorry for her name day. Tell Arya she will, when she is older, know everything. Tell Bran I have seen the dragons, and tell him I dreamed of him last week, and tell him to keep dreaming for us. Tell Rickon I love him." Eddard read the raven in his solar. He read it twice. He folded it. He put it in his desk. He did not, in the moment of reading, do anything with his face that a man at his door would have seen. He took a horse in the next hour and rode an hour in the snow and came back, and did not, when Catelyn asked, say where he had ridden. He sent, by the same raven on its return trip, a letter to Robb that said, "Stay. Stay through the spring. Stay through the war. Stay through any of the smaller wars that come of this one. Tell your brother I love him." He did not, in the same letter, address Jon. He had addressed Jon in the previous letter and would, when it was time, address him again. At Castle Black, on the 8th night of the new moon after the first flight, Jon flew Velsaries over the haunted forest in the dark, alone for the first time. He flew north. He flew 30 leagues. He flew over the haunted forest and over the ravine Q Horan had drawn on the back of a piece of birch bark in the autumn, and over the long, winding glen at the head of the ravine. He looked in the dark for the host. He found the host. The host had not, in the autumn, been 400. The host, on the 8th night of the new moon, was 4,000. They moved in the same 3 lines they had moved in before, spaced at 50 paces, walking south at a steady pace with 3 white walkers on horses at the heads of the 3 lines. They had, since the autumn, picked up. Jon banked. Velsaries banked. They flew home. He did not, on the way home, fly low. He did not, on the way home, fly close to the trees. He did not, on the way home, do anything any host of the dead might have, by any motion, seen. He landed on the lower roof of the Maester's tower at the 3rd hour before dawn. He set his hand on Velsaries' neck. He said in the language, "Sleep, brother." He went to Aemon. He found Aemon awake in the chair. He told him. Aemon, after a long moment, said, 4,000, 4,000. With 3 of them, 3. It is sooner than we thought. "Aye, Maester, tell the Lord Commander, tell him at the 3rd hour of the morning he will need his sleep, tell him then." "Aye, Maester, Jon Snow." "Aye, you did not, tonight, do anything I told you to do, did you?" "No, Maester." "Good. You will in time be a man who does not, on important nights, do what other men tell him to do. Tonight is a good first night for it. Go to bed." Jon went to bed. Erithos, on the lower roof, settled himself across the iron railing in the posture that meant Erithos had decided to keep the watch tonight. Lysarion, in the high window, sat with his violet eye on the haunted forest and did not, on this occasion, move. Velseres, on the lower roof, slept against Erithos in the cabin of a long ship that had, the previous day, sighted a stapper. Daenerys Targaryen turned over in her hammock and did not sleep for some hours. She had dreamed of a young man on a pale dragon over a dark forest. The young man had not seen her. The young man had been counting. The young man had been counting 4,000 of something. She did not know what. She knew, in the way she had come to know things since the Pyre, that the 4,000 were the beginning of the count. Jorah, your grace. How long until we make port? 2 hours. Tell the captain, we do not in a stapper stop for ceremony. We will buy the Unsullied. We will sail again in 3 days. 3 days will not be, it will be. Find me a ship I can lease for fresh water. Find me a ship I can lease for grain. Find me a ship I can buy for the dragons. I do not want to fly them off the bow of a ship that does not in the keel expect a dragon. We will be in Westeros by the time the snow stops. Your grace. The snow will not stop for some years. The Maesters. Then we will be in Westeros. Jorah, who had not in his time with her won an argument by appealing to the Maesters, did not on this occasion try. Your grace. She did not for some time sleep. She thought in the dark of the 4,000. She thought of the young man on the dragon who had not, in his counting, seen her. She thought, after a while, that she would, on her landing in Westeros, have to be quick about gathering the army. 4,000 was a count of a thing that would, by the laws of any war, double before it stopped doubling. The ship moved beneath her. The water did not say anything. The dragons in the cabin at the prow slept. Chapter 9. The long night stirs. Mance Rayder rode in under a banner of truce on a Sunday morning with 12 of his captains at his back, and a wildling woman with red hair in the second rank of the column. He rode in not at the gate, but to a clearing a half-league north of it, where Mormont had agreed by Raven to meet him. The clearing was old and broad and had been used, in the years before the Trident, for parleys between rangers and free folk over matters that had not, in the end, settled themselves any other way. The clearing had a single great oak in the middle. Mance set his men under the oak. He dismounted himself in the snow and walked the last 20 paces. Mormont was on horse with 8 men at his back. Jon was on Velseres on the far side of the clearing in the snow, the way Aemon had told him to be. Not in the air, where the wildlings would have read it as a threat, but on the ground, where the wildlings could not, by any habit of theirs, mistake the size of what was sitting in the snow. Erithos was at the high branch of the oak and had been, for the last half-hour, doing his best impression of a hawk that was much bigger than a hawk should be. Lysarion was on Sam's shoulder back at Castle Black. Sam had insisted on staying by Mormont's order. Lysarion, by his own design, had stayed with him. Mance stopped at 10 paces from Mormont's horse. He was a man of middling years, gone gray at the temples, broad in the shoulders, in a cloak that was nothing like a king's cloak and was in every other respect the cloak of a king. He looked at Mormont. He looked at Jon. He looked at the dragon under Jon. He spat once in the snow in the wildling habit of acknowledging a thing too big to be acknowledged any other way. Lord Commander, King beyond the wall. That is a kind name for me. I will not pretend it is not the right one. Speak your piece, Mance. Mance Rayder spoke his piece. He spoke it in the wildling habit of pragmatism, which was to lay down the worst of it first and the best of it last. He spoke of his hosts in the haunted forest in the Frostfangs on the slopes of the Antler River at Hardhome. He spoke of the count, which was, by his own measure, 90,000. He spoke of the dead. He spoke of the dead in the way a man who had walked too close to them spoke, not with horror, which was the South's word for them, but with the kind of plain disgust a farmer used about a rot. He spoke of his own dead, who had been the first to be found by the dead. He spoke of his free folk who, by his measure, had a year left at the rate the whites were coming south. He looked at Jon at the end of it. He did not look at Mormont. "I will bend the knee," he said. "To me," Jon said, "to you. I am a brother of the watch, Mance Rayder. The knee you bend is not mine to take. It is. The cloak you wear is not mine to bend to. The man inside the cloak is. The dragon under the man is. I am not a slow man, Snow. I have lived this long by not being slow. I see what the world has set on my doorstep. I bend the knee. I am king of the free folk. I am the only king the free folk will, by any count I can take of them, give their backs to. I bend mine to you. They will bend theirs to me. You will, in the bending, have 90,000 wildlings between you and the next dead man south of the haunted forest. That is the trade. It is the only trade I have." Mormont was quiet. He looked at Jon. "Lad." "Aye, Lord Commander." "This is your call, Lord Commander. It is your call. You hold the knee. He has named you. He has named you above me and above the watch and above the king and above any other man at this clearing or any other clearing, and he is, by the look of him, not making the offer twice. It is your call. You speak. I will back what you say." Jon did not, for some seconds, speak. He looked at Mance. He looked at Mance's captains under the oak. He looked at the red-haired woman in the second rank, whose gray eyes had been on him since the column rode in. He looked at the snow at Velserys' foot, which was, in a circle some yards across, no longer snow, because Velserys' heat had melted it down to mud and frozen the mud and melted the frozen mud and made of the circle a small dark pond. "Mance Rayder," he said. "Aye. You will bend the knee to the watch, to this Lord Commander, to his successors, to the office, not to me. I am not a king. Boy, Mance, I am not a king. I will not in this clearing or in any other clearing take a knee that I cannot by the cloak I wear accept. The cloak I wear was not put on me to take knees. It was put on me to stand at this wall. You will bend the knee to the wall. The wall is the Lord Commander. The Lord Commander is the wall. I will speak the cloak's part in this clearing. The cloak will accept. The cloak will give you the road south through the wall. The cloak will give your free folk the gift, which has not been worked in 200 years, and which is, by every measure, ready to feed your free folk if your free folk are ready to work it. The cloak will not in any measure give you my knee, because my knee is not the cloak's to give. That is, Mance. Mance Rayder, who had spent 30 years not taking a man's first answer when the answer was no, took on this occasion the answer. He nodded once. He looked at Mormont. "Lord Commander Mormont, Mance Rayder, I bend the knee to your cloak. I bend it to your office. I bend it through your office to the boy when his time comes. I bend it on the conditions the boy has named. We keep our names, we keep our gods, we work the gift, we do not bend our women, we hold the line beside the watch against the dead." "Aye, aye," Mormont said. Mance bent the knee in the snow. He bent it not to Jon and not to Mormont's horse, but to the dirt between them, which was the wildling habit when a wildling bent a knee for a thing larger than a person, which was the only thing a wildling, in his customs, would bend a knee for. His captains, under the oak, bent theirs in the snow behind him. The red-haired woman in the second rank bent hers. Her gray eyes did not leave Jon's face. "Mance Rayder, king beyond the wall," Mormont said. "Rise. Tell your free folk we open the gate at the east watch on the next full moon. They will come through in order. They will be fed. They will be billeted in the gift. If any of them in the first month steals from any of my brothers, I will hang him. If any of my brothers in the first month steals from any of yours, I will hang my brother. Aye, aye, Lord Commander." Mance rose, his captains rose. The red-haired woman rose. "Ygritte," Mance said over his shoulder, "ride to the Frostfangs. Tell Tormund. Tell him the gate opens at the next full moon." "Aye, Mance," she said. She did not, in her ride out of the clearing, look at Jon. She did. On the back of her shaggy garron, on the way out, lift one hand to the side of her head in a gesture only a Stark of the North would have read as a wave. Because Catelyn Stark had taught her sons this particular gesture for use when they did not wish to wave in any obvious way at a person they were not, in public, supposed to know. Jon, on the back of Velserys, did not, in any way he was sure of, return the gesture. He did, in the gesture inside the gesture of his hand against the saddle, return enough of it that Ygritte, 50 paces away on the back of the Garren, did by the angle of her shoulders see. Mance in the same minute did not see any of this. Mance was looking at Mormont, Lord Commander. He said, "King, on the day the dead come we hold the wall together. Aye, Mance. You will not have to ask twice. No, Mance." Mance Rayder turned his horse and rode out of the clearing. His captains followed. The clearing emptied. The oak was the oak again. The snow had been, by the meeting, packed in 70 places. Velserys, in his circle of frozen mud, did not move. The whites came 3 nights later. They came at the 2nd hour before dawn. They came in 3 columns. They came at the same steady pace at which they had been walking south since the autumn. The first column came at the Eastwatch and was met by Cotter Pike and the brothers of Eastwatch and a contingent of free folk under Tormund who had come south 1 day early on Mance's word, with a wall of fire and a wall of iron and a long wall of shields. The first column did not pass the gate. The second column came at the Shadow Tower. Sir Denys Mallister and the brothers of the Shadow Tower met it. The second column did not pass that gate either. The third column came at Castle Black. Erithos burned 1,000 whites in the first pass. He came down the line of them in the long shallow dive Aemon had been teaching Jon would, in a white line, be the most effective use of him. And the fire he laid was the fire of a Targaryen-coated dragon at the full size of his 15th month, which was a fire that was not red so much as orange-white, and which did not, on touching the whites, ignite them so much as melt the bones in them. The whites it touched went down. They did not get up. Velserys came down the same line from a different angle. Velserys's fire was not Erithos's fire. Velserys's fire was, in the chronicles of the Long Dragon line, the rarest sort. The fire of a dragon whose bond ran cold, whose breath came not as flame but as the absence of flame, the breath of dragons in the very oldest songs of Valyria. In the songs about the bonds with riders from the moonlit nights of the long night, Velserys's fire was white. It was white, and it did not, in its passage through the air, give off any heat that any man on the wall could feel. It was white in the way the inside of a deep ice cave is white. It froze what it touched. The whites it touched did not melt. They did not burn. They did not, in the careful inventory Sam took the next morning, do anything one might have expected of a white under any fire. They froze. They froze in the postures they had been walking in. They froze with their feet on the snow, and their arms half lifted in the long arms-out walk of whites, and Velserys's white fire, on touching them, froze the very animation in them, the thing that had been making them go. The whites Velserys froze did not, in the count Sam made the next morning, ever again move. They had been, by Velserys, killed in a way the whites had not in 8,000 years been killed before. There was, on the third morning, a long line of them in the snow, in the postures of the walking, looking, by any measure, like the statues of a long line of men who had been arrested for a crime no one had bothered to charge them with. Lysarion took a white walker. He took it in the air. The white walker had not, by any reading of the chronicles, been a thing the chronicles allowed for. The white walker had been on the back of an undead horse at the rear of the third column, in the long, methodical observer's position the white walkers preferred. The white walker had, and the chronicles did not, in any record Aemon had read, allow for this either, left the horse and walked on his own pale feet over the snow toward the gate of Castle Black, with the slow certainty of a man who had decided that this was a thing he would in his own person. Sea settled. Lysarion dropped from above. He dropped from the high air at the speed of a dropping stone. He hit the White Walker in the back. He had in his violet jaws the head and shoulders of the White Walker by the time the rest of the White Walker's body had fallen, which had not been long. He carried the head and shoulders up into the air. He did not, on going up, fly out of sight. He stayed at 50 feet above the gate, where the brothers of the watch could, in the firelight, see him at his work. He did, with the head and shoulders, the precise thing he had done with the hawk on the ruined keep months before, which was to inspect them in the air with the slow, careful curiosity of a creature who had decided that this was a thing he would, in his own person, learn. He learned in the inspection 3 things that Sam would, by the next morning, set down in his book under the heading What Lysarion Found Out About a White Walker, which was the first thing any living Maester has ever set down under that heading. The first thing was that the White Walker's substance was not, on inspection, ice. It was a thing the world had no word for, and that Sam would, in time, propose calling glasswater. The second thing was that the glasswater of the Walker did not, on contact with dragon breath of any temperature, persist. It broke. The third thing was that the breaking of the glasswater produced, in the brief moment between the breaking and the disappearance, a small bright color the human eye had not been built to see clearly, and that left, on Lysarion's face for some hours, a small bright marking of a green Sam had not, in any of his books, seen described. The third column did not, after Lysarion's work, advance. It stood, by the look of it, in the snow for some minutes. Then it turned. Then it walked back into the haunted forest. The brothers of the watch let it go. There was no man in Castle Black with a horse who was, in the moment, in any position to chase it. In the yard, Mormont was bitten. He was bitten by a wight that had been, in the morning of the previous high day, a brother of the watch. The brother had been killed in a small ranging the previous high day. The body had not, by any count, been recovered. The body, the wight, came into the yard at Castle Black during the third column's advance, in the small attached flank of perhaps 50 wights who had detached from the main body, and come south at a pace that was not the steady pace of the column. The flank reached the gate 2 minutes before Erithos came down. The brothers of the watch in the yard met them. Mormont was on the steps of the Lord Commander's tower with his axe. He met the wight on the cobbles. He killed it. He killed it again. The wight, in the dying, took him by the wrist in the way the wights took live men by the part of the body that was, in the moment, closest. The wrist tore. The bone broke. The wight was killed a third time and stayed down. Mormont set his back to the steps of the tower. He took a breath. He did not, in the breath, sit. He did not, by his face, allow any of his men to see the wrist. He went up the steps. He went into his solar. He shut the door. He waited the next hour in his chair behind his desk, looking at his wrist, with the Maester's herb pouch on the desk in front of him, and a small bottle of Dwale beside the pouch. Aemon found him at the second hour after the third column had retreated. Aemon, in the chair across the desk, did not at first say anything. He looked at Mormont with his blind eyes. He looked at Mormont's wrist. He looked at the Dwale on the desk. Aemon, Lord Commander, it is bad. It is bad. I will not last the night. You will not last the morning. That is something. It is. Mormont set his unbitten hand on the desk. He looked at Aemon. He did not, by his face, do any of the things the song the bards would later sing of him would say he had done. He did not say a long speech. He did not, at any point, take a sip of wine. He did not, by any count, hold any man's hand. He looked at Aemon for a long minute. He said, "Send for the lad." Jon came at the third hour. He came up the stairs of the Lord Commander's tower the way he had come up them many times in the last year and would, by the morning, come up them as the man who held the tower. He came in. He shut the door behind him. He looked at Mormont. He looked at the wrist. Lord Commander, boy, I am. Boy, sit. We do not have the time you wish we had. Jon sat. You will be Lord Commander by the morning bell, Mormont said. The brothers will not vote against it. They will not vote in your favor either. There will be no vote. There has not, in the customary count, been a Lord Commander chosen without a vote in 600 years. There will be one tomorrow. The brothers will choose by the lack of a choice. They have seen the dragons. They have seen what you have seen done with them. They have, by my reading of the yard tonight, decided the matter. I will, in the next hour, write the letter that names you my chosen successor. The Maester will read it after I am gone. There will, by the reading, be no other man's name in the room. Lord Commander, boy, hear me. I am not finished. I am not finishing for some minutes. Listen. I, Lord Commander. Mormont talked. He talked for the length of perhaps an hour in the low, steady voice of a man who had a great many things to give a young Lord Commander and not a great many minutes left to give them in. He talked about the disposition of the watch, about Cotter Pike at Eastwatch and Sir Denys at the Shadow Tower, about Ed at the Night Fort and Bowen Marsh at the Granary, about Donal Noy in the smithy and the loyalty of those men in that order. He talked about the Maester. He talked about the long oath. He talked about the wildlings. He talked about Mance, who would, by the look of him in the clearing, be a good king of his own people under Jon, and a bad one if Jon ever forgot to be Jon. He talked about Robb. He talked about Eddard. He talked about Robert. He talked about the road south, which would, in the next year, come to the wall in a way it had not come to the wall in 300 years. He talked about the dragons. He did not say much about the dragons because, on the dragons, Aemon would say more than Mormont could. He said only, boy, they are yours. Do not ask any man's permission for them ever again. He talked last about himself. My axe, he said, goes to my son in Ib. Aemon knows the man. He will arrange it. The man does not, in any sense the realm credits, deserve the axe. He is my son. He will have it. Do not, when Aemon names him, argue. I, Lord Commander, my raven goes to Sam Tarly. Take care of him. He is fond of bread. He is fond of fingers. I, Lord Commander, my sword. He pushed the sword across the desk. It was Longclaw, the bastard sword of the Mormonts of Bear Island, in its scabbard on the desk in front of him. The pommel had been, until that morning, a bear. The pommel was, by Donal Noy's hand, on Mormont's secret order, no longer a bear. Mormont had had it changed the previous week. The pommel was now the head of a dragon in pale silver with eyes of gray stone. Jon had not seen the change. It is yours, Mormont said. Take it. Wear it. Do not, when Aemon explains the pommel, weep at me. I am too old a man for any weeping in this room. Lord Commander, I take the sword. Jon took the sword. He set his hand on the new pommel. He set his other hand on the scabbard. He did not, in the room, weep, because Mormont had ordered him not to, and because Mormont was, by the rights of the room, allowed to give orders for a few minutes more. Aemon. I, Lord Commander. The dwale. I. Now. Aemon poured the dwale. It was not, by the Maester's measure, the dose Aemon had been carrying in his herb pouch for 40 years for the great wounds. It was a larger dose. Mormont drank it. He set the cup on the desk. He looked at Jon. Boy, I, Lord Commander. Be worth it. I, Lord Commander. Now go. Aemon will sit with me. You have work to do. Jon stood. He did not, on standing, find any other words. He set his hand on Mormont's shoulder. Mormont set his unbitten hand over Jon's. He held it for a long moment. He let it go. He nodded once. Jon went. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont of Bear Island, the old bear, died at the 4th hour of the morning with Maester Aemon Targaryen at his side, and the dwale in his blood, and the new pommel of his old sword on the desk where Jon had not in his haste. Put it back into the scabbard yet. Aemon was with him at the moment of dying. Aemon, after the moment of dying, sat for some minutes more in the chair across the desk. He did not, by any visible motion, weep. He did not, by any audible sound, pray. He sat. He had, in his life, sat with 27 men who had died in his company over a long career as a Maester. He had, in his life, not once in any of those sittings hurried. He rose. He went to the window. He opened the shutter. He said into the dark of the dawn in High Valyrian, "Old friend, the road from here is shorter than the road behind. Walk well." He closed the shutter. He went to find Sam. The brothers of the watch did not, at the morning bell, hold a vote. They came to the yard at the ringing of the bell as they had come to the yard at every morning bell. They stood at attention as they had stood at attention at every morning bell. They were, by the look of them, the kind of men who had been awake all night for a white fight and had, since the white fight, been holding watches over the dead in the yard. They were, by the look of them, men who had decided several things. Aemon came out onto the steps of the Lord Commander's tower with Mormont's letter in his hand. He read it. He read it to the end. The end of the letter was the line in which Mormont, having recited the duties of the Lord Commander, named the man he wished, by his death, to take them up. Jon Snow, sworn brother of the Watch, bonded of the 3 dragons of Castle Black, son of my house's honor by my election. Aemon did not, after the line, ask for objections. There were none. Bowen Marsh, who would, in any other year, have run for the office himself, and who would, by his own counting, have won it, looked at the dragons on the lower roof of the Maester's tower and at Erithos on stone door and at the brothers in the yard, and Bowen Marsh did not, in any visible motion, offer any objection. He nodded once. He bowed his head in the small way the master of stores bowed to a new Lord Commander. Donal Noy stepped forward. He set the new pommel of Longclaw on Jon's belt with his own hand. He did not, in the setting, say anything. He bowed. The brothers in the yard bowed. Jon stood on the second step of the Lord Commander's tower in the cloak Mormont had worn the day before. He looked at his brothers. He did not, for some seconds, find any words. He found, after some seconds, the words his father had given him in a letter the previous month. "Whatever you have become, you are still my son. You always were." He did not say the words aloud. He said, aloud, the only words a Lord Commander of the Night's Watch said on the morning of his elevation, by the customs of the Watch in 600 years. "My watch begins," he said, the brothers in the yard said, "and shall not end until our death." A raven came in at the 7th hour after. The raven came from Winterfell. The raven carried a letter in Eddard Stark's hand. The letter said, "Jon, Robert has called his banners, 12,000 men. He marches in 3 days. He will be at Winterfell in 2 weeks. He intends to take the wall and your head. He has been advised by every man on his small council not to. He has not listened. I will, when he arrives, ride out to meet him. I will not, when he refuses to turn, raise the bannermen of the north against him. I will, when he refuses, stand in the road with my own men and my own son. Do not, when this reaches you, come south to meet me. Stay at the wall. The dead are at your gate. The king is mine. Father, Jon read the letter twice. He read it 3 times. He set it on the desk. He looked at Aemon, Maester, I, Lord Commander. I will not stay at the wall. No, Lord Commander. I will fly south at the 2nd hour after dark. I, Lord Commander, with Velsaries and Erithos and Lysarion. I, you will hold the wall. I will. Robb, he will go with you. I, Sam. Sam will stay with me. He will write down everything. We will, by the time you return, have a record of all that was. Aemon. I, Jon Snow, my father, he says, do not come. You will come anyway. I would in your place do the same. Eddard Stark in his own place would do the same. Go, fly. Do not, on the way south, burn anything you do not have to burn. Aye, Maester. Chapter 10. 6 Heads. Robert Baratheon's host was in the Wolf's Wood at the foot of the great pines on a grey afternoon, when Eddard Stark rode out of the cover of the trees with 200 men at his back. The king's host was 12,000. The 12,000 were the kind of 12,000 a king of Westeros took to a small war. Gold cloaks, household knights, a regiment of the city watch on foot, 300 men of House Caron, 300 of House Mouton, 400 of House Hayford, 200 of House Wendwater, and a long line of sellswords and hangers-on from the inns of the Kingsroad who had, in the weeks since the king's call, signed on for the pay. The king himself was at the head of the column, on a stallion that had been getting smaller, in his own eye, every year since the Trident. He had on the plate that had been forged for him at the Trident, which did not, in the lacing across his chest, quite close any more. He had on the warhammer. He had in his face the redness of a man who had been drinking for 3 weeks at a pace the Maesters had not yet, in their quiet way, decided to write down. He saw Ned across the clearing. He pulled up. The host pulled up behind him. The column raggedly came to a stop in the way the columns of small kings' wars came to a stop, which was to say in stages, with the men at the front stopping first and the men at the back stopping last, and a long ripple of unevenness in the middle. "Ned," he called. "Robert," Ned called back. They rode at each other. They did not ride at the speed of a charge, they rode at the speed of 2 old friends in a field. They stopped at 20 paces. They sat their horses. They looked at each other. "Ned, Robert, you are in my road. I am in your road. Get out of my road, Ned." "I cannot, Robert." Robert Baratheon looked at his friend. He looked at the 200 men at his friend's back. He counted briefly the bows. He saw in the lining of the trees the smaller company of bows Ned had set there. He was, even in this hour, not a stupid man. He saw the disposition. 240, he said, "by my count. 240, against 12,000, against 12,000. You will not, Ned, hold the road." "I will not hold the road. I will, in the road, ask you to turn. I will, when you refuse, fight you for it. I will lose. I will, in losing, not have raised the banners of the North against you. There will be no war with the North over this. There will be a man in a clearing with 240 men in the King's Road who would not let the king pass without a fight. That is what there will be." Robert was quiet a long minute. "You stupid old bastard, Robert. I have not in 17 years ridden against you. I do not on this road wish to ride against you. Get out of the road, Ned. I cannot. He is Rhaegar's whelp. He is my sister's son. He is my son. He has been my son for 16 years. I have called him my son for 16 years. I will not, in the road from his name, let the king who was my friend ride to him to kill him. Then I will ride over you." Then ride. He rode. It was not a charge of war. It was the kind of charge a king made when he had been told, by a friend, that he could not have a thing, and had decided to have it anyway. He rode at the head of his own household, which was perhaps 400 men. He left the column. The column did not, in the moment, follow him. The column had not, in the days since the king's call, been entirely sure why the king had called it. The skirmish lasted 9 minutes. Robb commanded the Stark line. He did. In the 9 minutes, the kind of commanding an 18-year-old who had been reading his father's books since he was 8 did with a small company against 400 horse. He gave the bowmen 2 volleys, set the spearmen at the place a charging horse line would. By the line of the trees, naturally narrow into, and ordered the swords to break the wedge from the inside when the wedge had committed. He did all of it without raising his voice. He did all of it without, in his own face, doing any of the things 18-year-olds did with their faces in their first skirmishes. Ned, on the line, took a wound in the thigh that would, in any younger man, have made him useless for the rest of the day. He stood. He did not, by his face, allow any man behind him to see how the wound bled. Robert, on his stallion, did not, in the 9 minutes, reach the line. His stallion was killed under him in the 8th minute by a long northern arrow that came in at the gap between the horse's shoulder and its barding. He went down on his back in the snow. He came up with the warhammer in his hand. He did not, in any of the seconds after coming up, find a man of Ned's line within reach of the hammer. Robert's household reached the line. The line held. 5 of Robert's household died on the line. 2 of Ned's. Robert's household broke. The household pulled back. Robert, on his feet in the snow, did not at first pull back with them. He stood there. He looked across the snow at his friend. His friend stood in the road. His friend's son stood in the road. 12,000 of his own men behind him stood on the road and did not, by any motion of their officers, advance. Robert turned. Robert walked on his own feet the long 40 paces back to his own line. Robert called for a new horse. Robert mounted. Robert pulled his column back 100 yards into the cover of the pines and set, by the kind of order a man gives when he is too proud to camp where he had been beaten, a temporary camp. He drank, that night, more than he had drunk on any of the previous nights of the road. Word reached the wall at the 2nd hour after dark of the same day. Jon, in the Lord Commander's tower, read the Raven strip. He set it on the desk. He looked at Aemon. He looked at Sam. He looked at the empty chair across the desk where, 3 nights ago, Mormont had sat for the last hour of his life. He looked at the new pommel of Longclaw on his belt. He went to the lower roof of the Maester's tower. Velserys was on the lower roof. Erithos was on Stone Door. Lysarion was on the high window of Aemon's chamber, where Lysarion had been most of the day. Jon set the chest strap. He set the rear strap. He set the seat. He climbed the iron stair. He took the pommel. He said in the language, "We fly south." Velserys dropped. There is, in the long history of the dragons of the world, a particular flight which the chronicles will, in the centuries to come, set down with a great deal of attention. The flight is one of perhaps 50 famous flights. It will, in the books, be called the Wolfswood Flight. It will be called the Flight of the 6 Heads, by men who in the years between the flight and the writing down have, by the way of these things, allowed the count of the dragons present to drift in the chronicles, by adding the 3 dragons of the eastern set into a count that should, strictly, have had only 3 dragons in it. The flight, in the actual accounting of it, had 3. The 3 were Velserys, Erithos, and Lysarion. They flew at the speed of a dragon that is not, in the flying, encountering any wind that resists him, which is the speed of a dragon who is in a hurry. They flew over the gift in 2 hours. They flew over the new gift in 20 minutes. They flew over the long pale road from the new gift to Winterfell in 3. They did not, by any motion of their wings, stop at Winterfell. They flew over Winterfell at a height of perhaps 300 yards. Bran Stark in his window saw them. He waved at them. Velserys, on his pass, banked slightly. The bank was not in any visible motion, anything a man on the ground would have read as a wave. The bank was, in the language between dragons and 10-year-old boys who had been making bright threads in their beds, an entire conversation. Bran smiled. He set, very carefully, his hand back on the windowsill. He said to Maester Luwin, who was at the desk, "My brothers have flown over us." Maester Luwin, who had been bent over a book, lifted his face. "Your brothers, Bran?" "Aye, Maester. The 3 brothers in the air, they are flying south. There will be a fight tomorrow. I do not think there will be very much of a fight." Maester Luwin, who had spent the last 6 months in the way, Maesters spent 6 months when they had begun to suspect that a small lord's son in their care had been having dreams it would, by their training, have been their duty to dismiss as dreams, did not, on this occasion, dismiss it. He set his pen down. He said, "Tell me what you see, Bran." Bran told him. Maester Aemon, by the end of it, had stopped writing in any of his usual books and had begun writing in a book he had not, in his 30 years in Winterfell, written in before. The dragons reached the Wolf's Wood at the 3rd hour after dawn. It is here that the chronicle will, in the centuries to come, become indulgent. The reader will forgive the chronicler for being a little indulgent too. We are about to spend a paragraph on a site that requires it. It was a gray morning. The pines were the color of pines in gray morning. The snow on the floor of the wood had been broken in many places by the running and standing and falling of 12,000 horses and 12,000 men over the last 2 days. The road from the south came up the long shoulder of the wood and ran north toward Winterfell. The king's host was at the bottom of the road. The Stark line, what was left of it, was at the top. There were, in the wood between the two, 236 men of Eddard Stark's household and a young lord of Winterfell with a wolf at his heel. The king's host was in column. The column had not, in the morning, taken down its temporary camp. The column was, on the contrary, in the process of taking the camp back up, because Robert Baratheon, on waking, had decided that the morning's work would be a renewed attempt at the road. 3 shapes came out of the cloud at the top of the wood. It was Erithos who came down first. He came down with a roar that the chronicles will, in time, get right, and that we will not, in our account, try to set down in any letters. Because the roar of a young Targaryen-coated dragon on his 15th month at full descent over a column of cavalry on a winter road is a thing that letters were not, by the gods who invented letters, designed to take. Half the host went to their knees at the sound. The other half went to the ground. A small number, perhaps 100, broke from the column and ran in directions that did not, by any compass, lead to a place that was, in the moment, safer. Velserys came down next. He did not roar. He did not, in his coming down, give the host a sound. He came down in the long, shallow, pale arc he had been coming down in for the last 6 months, with a small, dark figure in the saddle between his wing bases who was, by the line of his cloak, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He came down to the road. He landed. He folded. He set himself, in the snow on the road between the king's column and the Stark line. He did not, in the landing, take down a single pine. Lysarion came down last. On the back of a fallen pine the wind had cracked some winters ago, at a height of perhaps 12 feet above the column. He did not, on coming down, do anything in particular. He sat. He folded his wings. He watched the column with the long violet eye Lysarion used when Lysarion was, by his own measure, taking notes. The column did not, in the moment, advance. Half the column was on its knees. Some of the column was running. A great deal of the column had decided in the morning that the morning's work was a thing for other men. Robert Baratheon was on a new horse at the head of the column. His face, by the gray of the morning, was a color the Maesters in his keep would, in the chronicles later, get wrong. It was not red. It was, in the moment, the color of an old wound. He stood in his stirrups. He drew his warhammer. He looked at the dragon in the road. He charged. He charged alone. It is, perhaps, the place for a small editorial note on the subject of Robert Baratheon's charge. The reader will, by this point in the chronicle, have come to feel about Robert Baratheon what the reader will feel. We are not, in this chronicle, in the business of making the reader's mind up. We will say only that the man who charged a dragon alone on a winter morning in the Wolf's Wood, with a warhammer in his hand, was not, in the charging, doing the thing the songs would later make of it. He was not avenging Lyanna. He was not, in any sense the bards would credit, fighting for any of the great things. He was, in the charge, a man who had been told by life and by his wife, and by his own body that the thing he had been good at, which was, In the strict accounting, killing Targaryens on horseback with a warhammer was a thing he was no longer going to be permitted to do. The charge was the last time he was going to be permitted to do it. He was going to be permitted to do it because he was, in the moment, charging anyway. He was going to be permitted to do it because there was in the road a young man on a pale dragon who had not, in the last year of his life, formed the habit of killing men whom he did not, on his own measure, need to kill. Viserys did not, on Jon's order, breathe. Jon dismounted. He dismounted in a way no chronicle will, in the years to come, manage to set down with any precision. He did not, in the dismount, do anything dramatic. He set his hand on the new pommel of Longclaw. He swung his right leg over the saddle. He came down off the side of Viserys in the way a Northman comes down off a tall horse. He took 3 steps. He stopped at the edge of the dark frozen pond. Viserys' heat had melted in the snow around him. Robert pulled his horse up at 20 paces. "Rhaegar's whelp," Robert said. "Your Grace. You are tall. Aye, you have grey eyes. Aye, your mother had grey eyes. My mother had grey eyes, your Grace. They are her eyes. Aye, your Grace, they are." Robert was in the moment on his new horse. The horse was in the moment not entirely steady. The horse had not, in any of its years in the king's stable, been within 20 paces of a dragon before. Robert held the warhammer. The warhammer was in his hand, not the warhammer it had been at the trident. He was not the man he had been at the trident either. He had in his face the look of a man who had ridden the long road from a thing he had loved to a thing he had hated, and was, in the looking, deciding whether the road had been the right one. "You are him. I am in part him. I am also in part my mother. I am also in part the man who raised me. That is too many parts. Aye, your Grace, it is." Robert sat his horse for the length of a long breath. "You will fight me." "No, your Grace. I have come to take your head, I know." "You will not fight me." "I will not, your Grace." "Then what?" "I will ask you to turn, and go home, to King's Landing, to your wife, to your throne. I will tell you that I am at the wall holding the gate against the dead. I will tell you that I have in the last fortnight lost a Lord Commander to a White. I will tell you that there is a host of 90,000 wildlings on the south side of the gate, under my hand and Mormont's old order. I will tell you that there are 6 dragons in the world. I will tell you that 3 of them are at the wall, and 3 of them are coming, by their own road. I will tell you that the realm is not, in the year to come, going to be the realm of a king who hunts brothers of the watch. The realm in the year to come is going to be the realm of men who hold the road against the dead. I will tell you, your Grace, that you are my mother's friend. I will tell you that I will not, in this road or in any other, raise a hand against the man my mother loved best in her own house. Lyanna did not. Your Grace, she loved you. She did. She also did not in the end marry you. She also loved my father. She is, in the years since the trident, no man's argument. She is mine. She is yours. She is Ned's. We will, the 3 of us, in our own hours, remember her. We will not in any of our hours kill each other over her. I will not kill you. You will not in this road kill me. Turn, go home." Robert Baratheon sat his horse a long time. He had, in his time, killed many men. He had not, in his time, often been told by a man younger than himself, in a clearing, to turn. He laughed. It was not the laugh of a man who had been beaten. It was the laugh of a man who had, on a long road, been finally given an excuse not to fight. He laughed once, hard, and the laugh ran out of him in the way a year of drink ran out of a man on the morning after the year. He pulled his horse around. He looked at Ned. He looked at Robb. He looked at the dragon in the road. He looked at the dragon on the fallen pine. He did not, this time, look at the dragon at the rear of the column, who had moved during the conversation and was now perched on a pine some 30 yards over the king's head. "Ned." "Robert. You old bastard." "Robert." I will in the next minute ride south. I, Robert, I will in the next year not last. I, Robert, I will in the next year send no man north. No, Robert, you will when I am gone do what you do. I, Robert, do not when I am gone drink at my beer. I will not, Robert, drink in your own hall for me. I will, Robert. Robert turned his horse. He raised the warhammer to his old friend in a salute he had not, since the trident, given any man. He set the warhammer back across the saddle bow. He rode south, alone at the head of a column that was, by the count made of it some hours later, 2,000 smaller than the column that had come up the road. The 2,000 who did not, in the moment, follow Robert south did not all, in the moment, do the same thing. 600 of them rode east, in the direction of the King's Road, and took the King's Road north, and arrived at Castle Black in a long ragged column over the next 9 days and asked to take the Black. The watch took them. The watch had room. The watch had room because the watch was, at that hour, 384 men short of the men it would in the year to come need. 400 of them rode east as well, but did not, on the King's Road, turn north. They turned south at the Trident and went home. The home of each of them, by the count made of it some weeks later, was a holdfast or a small lord's keep that had, in the year to come, no further trouble with sellswords or with any other host. 1,000 of them sat down on the road at the foot of the Wolfswood for some hours and did not in those hours do anything. They drank. They ate. They watched the trees. They went home, eventually, in groups of 2s and 3s. Some of them, on the way home, sang songs about a dragon rider in a black cloak in the Wolfswood, which were, by the time they reached the inns of the Trident, songs that did not, in their melodies, much resemble each other. The remaining, by the count of the chronicles, never came back into any record at all. The Lady of Dragonstone, who had not in any record been called that in 20 years, came into the great hall of Dragonstone at the 2nd hour after dawn on a grey morning some 3 weeks later with 3 dragons at her back, and 1 knight at her side, and 170 men of varying houses and varying allegiances arrayed behind her. And she sat in the chair her grandfather had been the last man to sit in. She did not, in the sitting, smile. She had not been, in the previous 3 weeks, much in the habit of smiling. She had landed her fleet at Driftmark and at Hull and at Dragonstone in the same day, in a movement her captains had argued against, and her brother in Pentos, who was dead, would have argued against, and which she had ordered anyway. She had taken Dragonstone in 7 hours. She had taken Driftmark in 9. She had taken Hull in 11. The houses of the narrow sea, on the 3rd day of her landing, had begun to come to her in the small numbers that the early arrivals of the new come in. By the end of the 3rd week, she had 1,500 horse and 3,000 foot, which was not, by any measure, an army to take King's Landing with, but was, by every measure, an army to be looked at. A raven came in on the morning of the 3rd week. The raven came from the wall. The letter said, "Your Grace, word reaches the watch that you have made landfall at Dragonstone. The watch does not, in its long oath, take any part in the wars of the realm. The Lord Commander of the Watch, who is the bonded of the 3 dragons of Castle Black and a Stark of Winterfell, and by report you may already have, your nephew does not, in the road from the wall to King's Landing, take any part. He does, by his own hand, write the line you are reading now. He does it to tell you the following: he is at the wall. The dead are at his gate. He will hold the gate. He will hold it against any of the dead that come. He will not, in the year that comes, ride south against any man who does not, in the same year, ride north against him. He will, when the road is the road and the realm is the realm, meet you. He will meet you at the place you set. He will meet you in the time you set. He will not, in any of his meetings, lift the cloak of his watch. He will not, in any of his meetings, lift the bond of his dragons. He will, when you and he stand in the same room, do the work the world requires of the dragons. He will, until that hour, sign each of his letters to you with the only name he will in his life lay claim to. Yours, Jon Snow. She read the letter once. She read it twice. She read it 3 times. She did not, in the reading, do any of the things her grandfather would have done by her own dreams of him on receiving such a letter. She did not weep. She did not laugh. She did not, in any visible motion, send for any of her captains. She set the letter on her lap. She thought, in the way she had come to think since the Pyre in 3 lengths at once. She thought, with the girl she had been, how kind a letter, how plainly written, how very northern. She thought, with the queen she would have to become, he has named the watch in every line. He will not, in his title, ride to my throne. He will, in his bond, ride to my war when the war's the right one. He has not, in any line, said he loves me. He has not said he does not. He is, by his hand, the same man he was in the dreams. He is, by his cloak, a man under a cloak the queen will, in time, have to learn to respect. He is, by his 3 dragons, a man whose 3 dragons will, in time, decide several wars without anyone asking them. She thought, with the 3rd part of her, this is the road home. She stood. She set the letter in her sleeve. She looked in the great hall of Dragonstone at her 3 dragons on the high beams above the chair. She said, very softly, in the high Valyrian her grandfather had taught her at 4, "We will, brothers, be patient. We will, brothers, take ourselves a road. The road has, by his own letter, been named. We will meet him in his own road. We will, on his road, decide the rest." Drogon, on the high beam, did not say anything. Drogon was the size of a small ship, and had not, in the great hall, settled himself easily on the beams. The beams had taken some convincing. He looked at her in the way Drogon looked at her, which was the way a son looked at a mother who had, in a previous life, lit him on fire and brought him out of the fire alive. He lowered his head. Regal and Viserion lowered theirs. "Sir Jorah, your grace," sent a raven to the wall. To Lord Commander Snow, "I, your grace. Tell him, I will meet you. I will, when the dead come, ride at your back. I will not, in any of our meetings, ask you to set down the cloak. I will, in our meetings, ask you to put down the cloak only at the door of the room you and I, in time, sleep in. Sign it with my own name, my own one name, and not the titles. I will, when the work is done, take the titles back, in our letters, Daenerys. I, your grace, and Jorah. I, your grace. Begin the gathering of an army, not in haste, not in any rush that would make a captain laugh at us. In the way a young queen with 3 dragons begins the gathering of an army when the year is the year. Take the names of every house that has, in 3 weeks, come to me. Take the names of every house that has not. Send to Highgarden. Send to Sunspear. Send to the Iron Bank. Send to every captain on every dock who has, in the last year, lost a ship to the king. We will be a year in the gathering. We will, at the end of the year, be ready. I, your grace. And Jorah, I, your grace. I am very glad you are with me." Jorah looked at her. He did not say what he would, in his own private hours, have said to that. He said instead, "Khaleesi, I am very glad to be with you." That word. That word is for the past. The past is not, in this hall, a bad word. The past is the past. Use the word. Use the other word too, Khaleesi. Your grace, I. At the wall, on the same morning, Jon Snow stood at the top of the lower stair of the Lord Commander's tower, with Velserys on the lower roof of the Maester's tower over his right shoulder, and Erithos on the broken battlement of Stone Door in the distance, and Lysarion on the iron railing of the Lord Commander's tower at his right. Elbow, Sam came up the stair. He came up with the letter from Dragonstone in his hand. He had read it on the way up. Aemon had said he might. He said it on the rail. He did not, this morning, say anything. He looked at Jon. Jon read the letter. He read it twice. He said it on the rail beside Sam. He looked north. The haunted forest was in the gray of the morning, the same haunted forest it had been in the gray of every morning since the autumn. The new moon was 3 nights away. The host of the dead was, by Q Horan Halfhand's count of the previous evening, 20,000 and rising. The wildlings under Mance were in the gift, eating, billeting, working. The brothers of the watch were in the yard and on the wall and at the gates of every castle along the long pale ribbon of ice. Robb was in the courtyard with Grey Wind, in conversation with Donal Noy about the smith shop's new shipment of arrowheads. Ned was at Winterfell, healing. Robert was at King's Landing, drinking. Tywin was at Casterly Rock, gathering. Daenerys was at Dragonstone, writing. Bran was in his window at Winterfell, dreaming. "Lord Commander," Sam said. "What now?" Jon did not, for a moment, find any words. He found, in a moment, the only words a man in his position. With 3 dragons at the wall and 3 dragons across the narrow sea, and a host of the dead in the haunted forest, and a country that had not, in 200 years, been the country he was about to spend the next several years building. "Could find, she is coming," he said. "We will meet her." Sam wrote it down. Velsaries on the lower roof of the Maester's tower did not move. Erithos on the broken battlement of Stone Door did not move. Lysarion, on the iron railing, turned his violet face once toward the south and once toward the east and once toward the north, and did not, in any of his 3 turnings, blink. Of the 7 kingdoms and the one beyond them, of the 6 dragons in the world and the 2 hearts they belonged to, and the 3rd heart that had bridged them, of the long road south that 2 children of a runaway prince and a Stark girl had taken to reach each other from the opposite ends of the world, the song was only beginning.